Hello, hello, Imagine here, and it's once again time to get down to some game dev. And let's see where I'm at right now. I think I'm starting to come down with something, so there's a chance that I might not stream tomorrow purely on the grounds of I might get sick too much. I've had the worst sore throat all day, so if I seem lower energy, it's because of that. Just bringing up all my side stuff here, all my notes and things. I wrote some of the story I needed, not all of it. I wrote the big portion one that I think would take the longest, while she actually tells you more about the first victim and all that. So I'll be putting that in today. Where are my notes? Alright, so today I need to do... So the remaining things that need to be done here. I have 3 more of these to write. Well, actually, there's technically 5 because there's a... actually, that was only 4. This is a pre-fight and then a victory word. So yeah, okay, it's only 3 actually. I can count, really. I totally can. I don't think this gets added right now. I don't care. I'm going to want one day to test everything, so the plan is to hopefully have everything done tonight, barring maybe a little bit extra dialogue I need to cram in here. And then from that point on, it's just going to be testing tomorrow. Maybe even testing tonight if I can get done fast enough. I mean, if I can get the version up sooner rather than later, start working on Prototype 3, I will. But I figure this particular change will be much more impactful than the one afterwards, so I do have to make certain she has proper chat dialogues for each painting she's in front of. Poor Tinka has so much dialogue. I don't know if that's really poor her, she just talks a lot. I guess if I was a ghost trapped in a painting with nobody to talk to all day, I'd probably be a little lonely too. Probably talk way too much. And there's 3 pictures I want to render. For when you've actually beaten, I want the picture to change. Showing Poppet having beaten the thing. Because I think that'd be kind of cooler. I have one of them already done, but I didn't do the other ones yet. Put sample ones in there to test it out. Yeah, and then I gotta figure out a reward thing like that. Maybe I'm just gonna give some stat upgrades, honestly. Because programming in an entire new spell would be, I don't know what to program in, to be honest. I need to look down a list of various other ideas for spells and see if I want to make an equivalent in this game for him. I mean, I've got a way to poison him, or a way to freezing him, basic projectile, firewall, lightning storm. I guess I don't have a blizzard thing. I could have an AoE freeze spell. AoE freeze spell? Free spell? Yeah, it's just totally free. It's not a bad idea. I mean, we have the technology. The only thing is, though, is it can't really deal damage while it's frozen if it's going to be like something like that, because if it does, then well, I guess if it doesn't sit there, if it just hits every area at once, it'd be fine. Let's see what we want it to do. Are we freezing areas around Poppet, or are we freezing areas other places? Everything else is targeted, so... Should this be targeted? It'd be really strong if it was targeted. I don't know about this. Maybe I'll just make it around the player. AoE centered on the player. Then I probably spawn in an event for freezing, and then the event would, like, you know, do like a little pulse outwards. Huh. Yeah, I do a pulse outwards. So I'm making notes of this. So spawn an event. Creates a pulse outwards from it. Freezes all enemies within range of it. That'd be kind of cool. Does it deal damage? Sure. Deals minor damage. That could be a pretty good spell. Well, I mean, I needed some ideas for spells anyway, so I'll start adding those. I think the next version is going to have like menus and more upgrading things. Also more areas. Like, I'm just going to keep adding content. These are questions for later versions on exactly what I plan on doing with them. Yeah. Alright. Well, I did some dialogue extra, so let me add that in. Even though I'm not feeling that great, I think the reality is this just gives me something to do. My thing here, my Bible of things here, so it shows exactly what's in each painting and tells me what's going on in each one. I don't know if I want to put a different picture behind her. Like, I normally just have her out in space and like that, but I don't know. I can make better pictures. I probably will in later versions. Also, something I want to have different pictures for the entrances, but that's again a later version. Yeah, this thing is actually 27 pages, by the way. It doesn't include individual dialogues, just the stuff that happens because of a painting. I actually added this, so really I just need to make a bunch of stuff about Anna, honestly. It seems like there's actually not that much dialogue I need to write, is there? I mean, this one secretly might take me a lot longer, but I'll have to make something about Anna. I gotta cram in more Annabelle jokes. Yeah, let's just cram these things in here and go from there. Have I added in the previous one? Let me double check. All the painting dialogues are in a common event. And a pre-fight not done. Story time round 2. I'll come back to that actually. Let's finish up Chuckles one here. If Chuckles pre-fight is on, do these match? Looks pretty samey. On the one hand, I really like to have I like to have the people chat because I like conversations and things, but I also realize the average player does not give a crap. But when I use the AI to like voice act it later, it should be cool when they talk, so we'll see. At the end for one of these, I wanted to say something about a different term for killing people. Just because it seems like a weird thing that a clown would do. Well, she's a harlequin, but you know, she's a carnival worker. I mean, you know, everyone had a job before they were, well, they had a life before they became trapped in the attic. She just happened to be killed while wearing her outfit, so she's currently dressed exactly like that. The working theory that ghosts often are wearing whatever they died in. It's a trope. Or as the reviewer said, discount harlequin. If you'll notice, though, she doesn't actually have the weird diamond patterns of an actual harlequin. Like even the one from Batman goes more with the Italian style outfit. I think this is very different. More clownish things to it, I think, would be a good way to do it, and more weird swirly things, more mystic stuff. Let's see. We'll copy a few of these over here. Just so I don't have to copy the pop command. That's it. That's literally me being just too lazy. I wonder if that'll get cut off or not. We'll find out. It might. I can definitely feel the plague creeping in, though. I caught whatever my roommate has, and he's been sick for like a week. Thankfully, on average, I'm usually healthier than he is by far, so maybe it won't affect me as badly? I don't know. I have noticed my nose has been running a lot more, so yeah, it's no bueno. I think I'm getting worse, not better. But if I just pound enough vitamins, right? Speaking of which, maybe I'll take some vitamin C real fast. 1 second. Oh man, it's one of those chewable pills and it's horrible tasting. Oh. I have a liquid vitamin I take the start of the day. It tastes far better than this. This is just crap. Ugh. Well, I have them just in case I ever get sick. I do all the little remedies, you know, the natural remedies, try to get better faster. They usually work pretty well. Before, when I caught COVID, it was like 3 days of this kind of sucks, and after that I was just like doing my cleaning my house. I was like, well, that's pretty much all this was. I still gave it like 14 days before people were around me because, you know, for all the questionable things that happened around it, one thing is true. It really is a thing that gets you sick and can get other people sick. So when I had it, I was like, I'm not going to get other people sick. I'm not that guy. I'll just wait. Thankfully, I run my own business and I was able to kind of take time off and do that. So it really wasn't that big of a deal. That was more during the height of people being really worried about it. Nowadays, like how my roommates work, he literally has to just go to work even if he has it. They don't even care. I'm like, wow. It's still a sickness. I still wouldn't want to spread it around to all my workers, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. Clearly, I am the oddball here. You know? I didn't realize I was the oddball, but I was just the oddball. I'm just saying. Let's see. I should really space these out more. It's hard to keep track of all these things. Also, while I'm at it, let me bring up the live control room thingy. It's so weird. I'm literally signed into YouTube, and then I can post streams to it and everything like that, but I can't say anything in the chat until I've successfully signed into the chat, I guess? What in the world? Apparently I can't do it inside of Streamlabs. That's weird. YouTube kind of sucks for streaming, by the way. That doesn't matter, I guess. I usually just use the actual web browser to do it anyway. Even though I keep Streamlabs up so I can chat with people, but if I have to actually type. That reminds me, I should always have at the top pinned the current version of the game. Let me just go ahead and put that there. Download the latest version of this game for free. Pin the message. Interesting. Alright. Now that I have that up, I don't have to worry so much about everything to tell people. Where did I... there's my... Too many tabs over here. I forgot which one had the writing in it. So... First one, second one, that covers those, and then... Doesn't sound like a reward. Poison thing there. Right here is where the new one goes in here. We finally revealed the fact that Tinka can steal anything or pull things in the paintings if they happen to touch a painting, making her secretly quite terrifying. Just say. A ghost that literally can just pull things into the paintings? That's not messed up at all. Wonder if I could actually just go all the way to the side or not. I don't even know. It might be a lot easier if I could find that out. I probably should test it. Okay. Huh. That person saying they were going to be here at 2 to watch, and then they're not. But that's okay. At this point, like I say, if no one showed up tonight, it wouldn't even bother me that much because, like I say, I'm kind of sick as is. So, well, I do really like chatting with people. So, to be honest, even sick, I would still kind of like them to be here to chat with. Not gonna lie. Oh, actually, apply first of all. So the next person talking is Poppet. I gotta make faces for all their things there. I'm just gonna leave it and see how far it goes over the side. I left the R there. And then Tinka, Poppet, Tinka is the remaining order. Eventually I'll get rid of these little notifications on what they're saying, like the actions, but I just haven't made a face for her yet. Even though I probably should make a face for her. Though it is a lot of extra work. Especially when you see how quickly people click through these things. I kind of want to have just recorded dialogue later. I really hate typing all this crap in, to be completely honest. I mean, there was a reason to type in, even if I did have spoken dialogue, but, you know. Still. Let me double check, make sure I got it all. The exciting part of game dev, where instead of programming things, you're just typing in things and putting in there. We'll get to see if I can become a decent writer, though. Because, well, I haven't had much time to practice that. So, you know, that's exciting. Maybe I move the Lightning Storm over to beating Anna. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I already do have a lot of rewards. Well, I have 2 different spell rewards on Fortuna, and that seems kind of ridiculous. It looks like they're all there, right? Let's see, is the poison spell. We established Tinka is not necessarily the nicest person. What? I mean, she's a ghost trapped in a painting with a bunch of toys you don't even understand what she's saying most of the time. So she's probably not going to be the nicest person, to be honest. You don't end up a ghost in a painting because good things happen. Let's just put it that way, you know? Alright, and then... oh, we're looking for story time. I mean, to be fair, not many people have actually even played this game. I need to actually put a bunch of like things in there to make people look at it. But it also advertises as a prototype, so they might not want to play a game that just isn't finished, and that's entirely fair. Honestly, I'm really not that far off of doing this. This is not. I mean, unless I make this AOE spell, I'm not sure I'm going to. Like I said, if I'm not feeling that well right now and I want to get out by Sunday, I might just make a point of pushing the prototype out faster and then just adding that for a later option. It just depends. If this goes away ASAP, then I'm going to go tomorrow and I'm fine. I won't care. But otherwise... I'll have to run through the whole thing again. It'll take about an hour plus to run through the whole thing. Maybe a little longer, I don't know. I added in more story this time, but it's spread out throughout the game, which is how it should be. Right now it's just, you know, it was missing a lot, and now it's just not. So... I'm debating on it, I don't know. I think I've already done this. I need to double check it, just to be certain I have. Wow. It's not a feature I need to list anyway. That reminds me, I was thinking there was something I need to add to my list of changes. I need to start making a point of keeping changes so I can make devlogs. Should actually probably just have a Google Doc of these, shouldn't I? Yeah, I think I should. Then I'll have to try to find them on my computer, which is kind of obnoxious. Poppet Quest improvements. version changes, I guess? I don't know. What do I call this? Those are my notes. Just changes. Okay. I don't think I need to really keep this one anymore, but it's a lot easier than having to deal with it just being randomly there. Maybe I'll write the other stuff. I'm feeling more writey at the moment, you know, more writing mood. I've usually found it's best that I just do that when I feel like doing it rather than try to force myself. There's a bit of information in this, so I'm gonna probably yank from it. So I wrote a bunch of stuff. Some of it might even be good. Maybe. Might be terrible. Whatever. Let's see. How are we going to talk about this? Oh, that's right. Blah, 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 blah. What's I writing here? Google's just lost its mind on this particular thing there. Everything likes to hoard them. What's wrong with creepy doll? No, you idiot. Ignore that. Likes to hoard them. This'll do. That's likes right there. Google's all confusing me, making me writing. No, ignore it. Creepy doll like to hoard them? What kind of dumb English is that? Sounds horrible. It's not how people talk. It doesn't even make sense. I can't spell annihilate, don't mind me. Apparently not. Close enough. It's not great, but I have a big habit of just constantly changing it to be better later on. And that does scratch one more thing off the list of stuff that I needed to add. These are just her musings. I just need to add a couple new ones in because there's a couple extra paintings and change where they're at too, I think. Sure she talks to the right one. So it's probably gonna be like two more things. Alright, well I have information already in here. To make this, well, I guess I probably just want to underline it, like bold it and underline them. Just so I have a better idea of where things begin and end. So many lines of everything now at this point, it's just, I'll take what I can get. I'll say, why did I put a thing there? I don't need that. Let's see. Other actually, I like that, unfortunately. totally. Well, she used to talk about secret reward, and I guess I can't really use 90% of that, so it's not that useful either. And it's a quiet night, apparently. Huh. That just means it'll be a short stream if it's quiet, that's all. Maybe you have to pay the money on Twitter to actually get things. Like, I don't know if I want to pay money to do that or not. But maybe I will. I could test it and see if it just pushes me to the top. Like, maybe if you're like not a Twitter blue, you just don't get any kind of traction. I've noticed at this point I just don't get any traction on it. Like, it's just gone down perpetually the whole time. Maybe this engine's just dead. Poppet's actually become very impatient. That's the thing there. Think it talks too much and Poppet's super impatient. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I gotta figure out what the reward is. Do I do Lightning Storm? Maybe. Went to all the trouble to write stuff for Fortuna getting it though, but I guess Fortuna 2 spells she gets out. I don't really want to hand out a spell per, or multiple spells for the same thing, you know? Yeah, she gives out HP. I guess I could add another MP reward or something. I guess I'll hand out Lightning Storm for beating Anna. It would make sense that Fortuna would give out Star Armor because, you know, she's tarot-centric. You do the thing up in like a little mini space thing. Just in general, it seems like a good plan. Ugh, throat hates me. Do not mind me, my throat is very unhappy. Anyway. And today I put the thing in gaming, and it seems like I get less clicks if it's in gaming than if I do it in entertainment. That might be the case. I don't know. I'll leave it on gaming tonight, but if that's the case, maybe I'll just do the other one. I had like one view on the whole stream the whole time, whereas normally by now I've had like, you know, 15 or so. Actually, I can do a quick change here. Let's see. Speaking with YouTube back in. Seems like entertainment's usually the one that works the best. I don't know. I guess I can put RPG Maker and see here. I don't know. I need to work on branding things more and everything. Let's add to my rewards here. And let's restructure where the rewards are at. Anytime has like 5 things she gives out. We'll do give my Tinka for beating Anna. Because it's fitting you get a spell for every boss you kill. Except Snuggle Waffle, because at that point there won't be much reason. Hi Taka, how's it going? Yeah, she is. And I'm just restructuring the rewards because I have to add in one more reward to make up for the fact that I've added in a whole bunch of new, actually some new places where you can get rewards, and basically taking one reward out. I might still make the secret reward do something. There's no MP +4, is there? No, there's not. For beating the third tarot game. Really? That's amazing. I'm so excited that someone put a character I've made it as a bumper sticker. That will be forever something I tell people. Yes, the character I've made is now on someone's bumper. Yes. I think it's under rewards here. I need a matching switch for these things, don't I? Well, there's a playable version of the game available. It's linked at the top, though in like 2 days there'll be a better version of the game available, so I don't know if it's that exciting to play the not as good version. But I had to figure out something for the secret reward. Hmm. 220. No, not advanced search. No, it is advanced search. 221. Copy, paste. Perfect. Add this to my game Bible here. I'm going to put that in there. Yeah, this new version of the game is going to have, it's adding in a lot of the dialogue in between each painting and expanding it out. And it shortens the intro by about half. Oh, well, see you when you get back. I'll have to take a bio break in a second anyway, so perfect timing. All right. So, um, okay, so I guess that gets the job done. Hey Mike, how's it going? You're just in time to see me writing the last bits of what I need and adding in one more reward. Usual? Yeah, can't really go bad when it's the usual, right? Doesn't sound too awful. Have that. I need a reward for Snuggle Waffle. I'm so torn between this area here because it's not finished. It's advertised as unfinished. However, I am kind of adding it into the main mix. It's no longer all that secret. But I do want this finished by... Well, I'm going to kick this version out Sunday no matter what happens, so... As long as it's playable all the way through, it's good enough for me. It's an improved version of the other one, so I don't know why I wouldn't want to kick it out the door. Um, I have some. I think I had some stuff for this previously. MP3, that's right. She's giving you music. No, no. Here's the third reward for that. What is she going to say about mana? Now that I've changed this reward, I don't have to change her entire dialogue for it. I don't know yet. Ask me something that sounds like, you know, like a fortune teller would tell you. Or some sort of weird tarot mumbo jumbo stuff. That's your whole shtick. I don't know. I think I'm making an AoE freeze spell, but I don't think I'm going to put it in this version of the game. I really don't. I've already restructured the entire story for this particular update, and it's only over the course of 1 week, so it'll definitely get put in the next version, though. Probably as a reward for beating Snugglewuffle. Kind of in a... It's not really a DLC, it's just, I'm just adding more updates to the game, so... Yeah, you already got a bunch of AoEs, but an AoE freeze would be one more toy to play with, I guess. A lot of the balance of the game is simply that the enemies do a lot of damage. Oh. Sorry, it's hard to tell with these without any kind of anything. It's just usually text, and I just read it like it's normal and just go on, and don't always catch that kind of stuff like sarcasm. What's the state of Tinka's dialogues? Do I want to know? I think I already did do this, didn't I? Let me double check, but I'm pretty certain I did. There's just so much dialogue to put in. Tinka's like a friggin' novel. She acts as a narrator, so she has to do, like, you know, guide the player between each of the different areas, and then she now also has dialogue if you just randomly talk to her. Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of Tinka, Tinka's painting. Let's move option to go to secret area, since it's now available just as a normal area. Normal events. Move option to visit the secret area. So these are both the story time ones. I think are about the only differences. Now that I have a new map, I need to make... Okay. There's so much dialogue. I guess I copied it an extra time. Oops. I didn't think I copied the first time, but I guess it did. Alright, well, I need one more of these. And this one is going to go to map 13, I believe was the number. If that's the case, I don't need that. Thankfully, I already wrote something for these ones here. Yeah. Does this mention it at the end of the prototype? I don't need these twice, that's true. This is the downside of RPGs in general. The amount of dialogue necessary to do them is just stupid. Alright, let me look at map 13, actually map 4 here, which is ID 13, and then I think I wrote down all the numbers for what each thing was somewhere in here. Yeah, I did. Wait area 2, wait area 3, wait area 1. Way to area 4. This is all the stuff where Tinka's just keying off which painting she's nearby. I have to, I find it easier just to keep a list. Like area 3. I could technically just have a... EKNFF were great for that? Or for all the story things? I don't know when you actually mentioned that. I was just chatting away. Kind of coming down with a random sickness that my roommate had, so I'm kind of a bit woozy today. I'm like, not quite as on top of things as I should be. Voodoo dolls are there. Right? Oh, I had little dialogue? Yeah, I mean, I really am half torn between, like, you know, I think actually as a writer, my problem is honestly that I try to say too much too quickly. And in general with game design, I've been trying to cram too much into too small of an area. I need to really space it out more. Which is a lot of what this update is. It's just spacing out the other game. Yeah, probably on the NyQuil thing. I'm a pretty big natural remedy kind of guy, so I just try to be really healthy. Other than doing game dev, which is not healthy. So I usually recover pretty fast from things. But I don't know, I just started coming down with this today, so it'll probably be a day or two, depending. If my roommate's had it for like a week. And that is, I mean, he's not very healthy, so maybe he is just having it longer for that reason, but still. That means probably tomorrow I'm going to be real sad. We have all those there. I needed those numbers. Now that I have them, do a save. That means I'm gonna have to rewrite this dialogue too. Ugh. What is Area 5? No, I'm just gonna use the same in-between thingy. Got it. I'm actually half tempted not to include this particular map because it'll force me to rewrite a bunch of dialogue and move things around. It kind of lets me showcase new things that are going to be added into the game. But how useful is that? After all, with a grand total of 17 downloads have happened to the first prototype of the game, so it's not like it's even had that many downloads. I don't know anyone who's actually played to the end necessarily. Or if they have, they haven't said anything. Maybe I do leave this map out. I don't think I want to add in all this extra information right now. We'll change these numbers real fast, but I don't think I want to be beholden to getting this map done, especially if I end up getting worse, like sicker. Ideally, I'll just finish it tonight, and then I can play test it and put it out tomorrow. And if for some reason I'm too sick to stream, it won't matter. Honestly, I'd stream anyway, you know, even if I'm sick, but if I'm like coughing and can't talk because of a sore throat, it would be a pretty bad stream. Throat's a bit sore now, but I've been gargling salt water. So yeah. I have this working theory that I don't know what I was gonna do all night, even if I didn't stream. Like, I mean, like, what was I planning on doing again? I don't know. Like, I'm kind of boring. The middle of the night, and I couldn't sleep. I caught like a nap before the stream, going, oh well, I don't feel so good. I'll sleep for a bit, but it lasted for I think like an hour and a half, and I'm like, well, this isn't working. badly do I want this in here? Oops, I don't need this. So first of all, I didn't double check a lot of the writing for this. I think. I mean, actually, I checked it in the Google thing, but I didn't check it to see if it made sense. Since if only the dev. Okay, I thought I had some comment about this being the end of the prototype. But I might have already put this in the story time thingy. Oh, I know something I need to do here. Turn 333 on. Yeah, I should just make a point of ending it there, not adding the extra map. I already programmed everything up to that map. If I just add that extra map, then it's just so much more work I don't want. Oh well, it's ready for later. So this is event 5, we're ready 4. I can use this to cheat my way back to the map anyway.
Be ready?
That's the end of the prototype portal, right? Did I not save the end of the prototype portal? Guess I just forgot to copy paste, huh? Good thing I double checked that, otherwise I would have sent the player right to the map they're not supposed to be on. Really, at this point, it's just put in some extra dialogue and then have it trigger each of the different the things like at the right time, so that you know it's when you beat this area, then the next one becomes available, preventing you from going beyond a painting.
Be ready.
Yep. Okay, I don't care to watch that again. I haven't made any changes to it. Alright, so we'll skip that. Map 13 is for a later time. Because I have no desire to write additional dialogue right now when I've already written... Let's see, the current Bible for the game is 28 pages long. Granted, a lot of it is cheating due to, you know, spacing on things and pictures as well in here. Some pictures anyway. So it's not like a real 28 pages, but there's a lot of writing. Alright, so I just need to have ones for every one of these here, so... I have so many documents now for everything I'm just doing. Honestly, once I have the switches set and everything like that, it'll just be a question of adding in the dialogue later. Won't even matter that much. So map 15. The dialogue I need there is... What were they talking about at this painting? It's one of the story paintings, so I'm sitting there trying to figure out exactly what... matching a little thing that you would say about that. I could have given the option to repeat the painting, repeat the dialogue. That's not a bad idea, actually. Yep. We'll default it in the other direction just so you don't accidentally click it and have to do all that again a second time. Yeah, it just seems like it's anything that can shortcut the amount of work. Especially because the amount of writing that was involved with that one was dumb. And it does give the option to skip it, but then if you skip it, you just don't ever hear it. So, I also have to put the other one in then. I don't know if I actually put it in yet or not. I think the two match, so it's the same Same location on each one. Yep. Did I put story time 2 in yet, or do I need to type that in? I have not put it in yet. Okay, well, I'm going to copy paste that anyway. We're going to do some serious recycling here. Let's just be real here. That's actually a pretty good idea. I like that. Who knew that laziness would actually create a good idea? Or was it necessity is the mother of invention? It's necessary that, yeah. Necessary that I'm lazy here? Thus I must invent a way to be lazy? Yep, reuse, recycle. Recycle, reduce, reuse. Close the game dev loop. That's right. I just marked it as fix Tinker's chat dialogues. I think every other chat dialogue is already done though, right? It's just those. Yep. Work smart, not hard. Don't ask why I'm doing game dev at that point, right? This is like hard work and makes no money, so it's like not a very good choice of work, to be completely honest. It's fun, but yeah, it's probably not the best choice. Oh yeah, I'm in too deep. I'm just in it to win it at this point. There's just no two ways about it. Like, it is what it is at this point. I'm just going to recycle this chat dialogue, so if you talk to her again, she'll just say the same thing. This is only if you literally select your chat option. But it's the end of the prototype, so it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. And then I'm going to save after doing that. All right. Copy a few of these just so I can save myself having to input these pop commands. I also want to go through and create faces for all the different reactions to what they're saying, but I haven't made them yet, so I'm just gonna have to go back through and do that afterwards, probably in like the 3rd or 4th prototype. Well, thanks for dropping by, Mike. Hopefully, by tomorrow this will be out, and then you can test it out if you want, or not. And hopefully I don't catch the plague any more than I already have. Anyway, have fun. think I'm going to set these in the actual order they're supposed to be in, because I want to see which one gets copyright claimed. I can go back through in this list and figure that out. Just one more useful thing to figure out. I've been trying to figure out which song it is for a while. They're hard to differentiate which one it is. They sound too similar. Okay. I want to reach a point where I'm actually just showing more of the story than telling it. But with a character who lives in a painting, all she can really do is show you pictures of things. The funny part is originally I had a character named Pick who was in the other one, in the Game Jam version, who just literally couldn't actually talk, who just showed pictures of things. Then I decided to expand upon Pick and make it more interesting, because, well, I guess being a sentient photo is interesting itself, or a sentient painting, but I think it's more fun to have a character who just runs around between the paintings and has an actual backstory. Perhaps that's just me, though. And the fact that I can copy paste this in to cover the other dialogue is going to be so handy. That'll reduce the number of things I have to write to almost nothing. I'm tempted to write the last thing just while I'm thinking about it, but actually I have like only a couple things left to write. Like I have Snuggle Waffle's victory thing, and then Fortuna's MP reward. And that's kind of it. Well, I'll put this in here. I can always move this story over to a different version if for some reason I think the RM version isn't even worth continuing, but we'll see. At this point, the excitement at RM does not seem to be there. But I don't know, last night I had a fair amount of people watching, and the fact that I had to stop because I just simply I've been going so long and it's just exhausted me. Pretty much stopped me from getting a lot of extra view time that I would have had. The view time is growing. I shouldn't expect it to be very quick. Oh, hey, Mouse One. There's a version you could play that's available for download. There's links at the top of the thing. It's got some problems. It's definitely not as like this new version that's coming out in like 2 days is way better, but you know, if you can't wait 2 days. It's available, or if you want to try that version out and then try the later version out, that's also an option. Oh, well then, no worries. Like I say, in like another couple days, the second version will be out of it, so It addresses a lot of the problems the first version has, including has more story, spreads it out better, some additional rewards, fixes some horrible bugs, messes with the controls a bit. Let's see, what did it have? I have the changes so far, change to the interface things. I've reduced the amount of tarot cards needed to collect these areas faster. Quest givers no longer save themselves. You know, I mean, there's lots of weird things I fixed along the way. But mostly it's a big story rework. Yeah, it's free and available from the link. And the next version will be at the same link. Well, that's fair. Yeah. I'm more excited that you're here watching anyway, right? Gives me someone to chat with. I would be terrible at that guess, Moss One, because I don't know any of the Islamic days. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know a single one. I don't even keep up on there being an outside world, to be completely honest. The computer's just like, it's this day, and I'm like, okay. I have no idea what EID is. Not at all. I could search it up, but then then you wouldn't have the opportunity to tell me about it. That's like so many conversations I have these days. People are like, well, why don't you just look it up? It's like, well, then why talk? Like, technically, I could look up basically everything and never have to talk to people. But that's no fun. You also lose out on the opportunity to hear it from, like, in someone else's words. I was talking to some woman not long ago and potentially thinking of dating her, and you know, I was asking her about her hobby, and she's like, why don't you look all these things up? And I'm like, because I want to hear you talk about your hobby. That's why I'm not looking it up. Like, I don't want to hear Wikipedia talk about your hobby. That's weird. Not trying to date Wikipedia. Oh, that's fair. What are you celebrating? That's fair. Candies and cakes. Can't go wrong with that. I think I'll split this up in a more logical way. You kind of forgot? You kind of forgot why you celebrate, or you kind of forgot that you need to celebrate it today? Also, if I seem a bit off today, I'm coming down with some kind of sickness that my roommates had for like a week, so I've got like a sore throat and I'm a bit off my game, I think is the best way to put it. I definitely don't think I'll be doing any kind of 6 or 8 hour streams today like I did yesterday. No thanks. Oh. Do, do, do. I guess I'll change that one, even though I'm going to change them all later. Um, I kind of have this working theory that even though I don't feel that great, I wasn't going to do anything other than just sit here and be useless anyway in front of the computer, so I might as well just continue streaming, even if I don't even... I'm not even at the top of my game. I'm like, just continue. I need a purpose. If I don't have a purpose in my day, I just don't know what I'm doing. Just, not that one. Let's copy one of Poppet's ones so I don't have to change the face and the name ever. Eid al-Fitr. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that right. That's cool. Oh, cool. At least I sort of kind of maybe got it right. Instead of just completely butchering it like I expected. Score half a point for me, right? Mumbarek? Huh. You could probably just name characters that, and I would just accept those as character names. I'm not gonna lie, I just would. You'd be like, that sounds like a character name. Okay. Oh my gosh, that took forever to type all that in. No, that's fair. It's kind of a lot of the celebrations people have. They usually last about a day. Every once in a while you get one that lasts longer than that, but let's just be real here. You can't have that many celebrations in a year that lasts more than a day, because otherwise, when are you going to be not celebrating? Oh, I don't really plan on anything serious, Taka. I mean, as long as people are interested in the game, I'll keep streaming no matter what. I might call the thing a different name and maybe switch it to a different engine if I decide to do that, but as far as I know, this is going to keep going for the foreseeable future? Double check and make certain I have all the dialogue in here. This big, huge collection of stuff. I can't even get it entirely on the screen. Oh well. Guess I could do this. Doesn't really fit too well on the screen, does it? No, not especially. Sorta. As for how long I'm going tonight, if that's what you're talking about, we'll see. My throat gets a little sore as each moment passes by, so I'm like, ugh, at some point, talking might actually be hard. I think I'm already not as talkative tonight as I am some nights, purely because it just kind of hurts a bit. Right. That there, this here. I'm going to expand upon the style a bit. Oh, thanks, Taka. And, you know, I will be having more streams. Probably one tomorrow, and then, you know, 5 every week, pretty much. Until I reach that point where I have so many actual numbered streams there, I just go, I just streamed how many times? Now it feels weird if I don't stream. How strange is that? Expand on this dialogue. I can tell Google doesn't like my writing style particularly well. He doesn't seem to understand people doing weird speaking when they're doing like conversations or like, you know, weird accents and things like that. It just actually sometimes it just suggests writing that makes no sense, and I'm like trying to read it aloud going, that just, what are you even saying, Google? What are you recommending to me here? Where's this at here? That's why my eyes just glaze over seeing all this text. Why did I opt to make an RPG again? What's wrong with me? You have to have all this writing. It's right here. That's in there. Sure. Okay. Looks like it's all there. Just put this right here. That should cover that. Let's save, because I do not wish to ever type that again. So I still need, I basically have fixed all those, right? There's no more chat dialogues that are missing, I think. Let me double check. I'm not missing a single one. Yep. Sure. I feel like I should have just wrote a novel and skipped the middleman on this one, you know? Record myself playing the game and see how well it goes? Like, just a regular game? Because I could actually do, like, you know, regular game, you know, streams of just playing people's stuff. At one point I played someone's card game. They showed up in the stream and they're like, oh, we got this game. I'm like, I'll try it right now. Why not? I was bored. Wanted to change that night. I mean, I could do that. I don't know. I mean, if people are interested in me doing that, I could. The main thing of this was I started the stream because I wanted to finish this game and it gave me a reason to do so. And then, like, one day after putting this thing up, some guy does a review for this, and I watched his review. He only does like a 35-minute review, but then he sat there and went over all these weird things. Like, he didn't like my options menu. He didn't like the main menu. He didn't like all these, like, you know, he checked every animation to make sure it looped correctly. He just did a bunch of weird things. And instead of getting through the intro, he actually spent 30 minutes on my 6-minute intro just talking about a bunch of nonsensical stuff. And then he only actually reviewed the thing for like 5 minutes of actual gameplay, which he didn't like because he skipped all the controls in the quest. I was like, okay. So I was like, well, I guess I'll address this quickly and fix that. So this week I was supposed to just be doing other things. So I was like, the prototype's out. I don't need to do anything for a little bit. Then I was like, I did for one day, I did like Unreal Engine, and then I was right back to doing this going, well, I guess I'll fix it. But I might do that. I don't know. I mean, I could do random games. There's a few games I thought about playing on stream just for funsies. Mostly just games that inspired me to do game dev in the first place. I'd probably play through Alice Madness Returns, Half Minute Hero. Might play through like Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon on here or something like that. I don't know. Just weird games. I almost never play games anymore, so. Yeah, I might do that. Basically, once I kick this out the door, then I'll kick this version out the door, then I'll give it a break, because I'll have addressed a lot of the really bad errors. And, well, I'll deal with the other stuff at some point, I guess. Sure. Why not? I also had to try to convince myself not to play with Unreal Engine, because the one day I didn't do any of this, I literally just played with Unreal Engine instead. So I was like, I'll just take a break from game dev by doing more game dev. Yeah, all those are there. Oof. I should probably put all these dialogues in the game dev Bible too. So this way, if I ever decide to do a different version of the game, I don't have to try to pull them back out of here. Yeah, maybe next, since I'll probably be testing this either tonight or tomorrow. If I'm not sick too much tomorrow, then I'll probably play a game tomorrow if I kick this out the door. If not, then I don't know. I may even stream over the weekend. I don't even know. I don't have anything better to do. I have a really bad habit of being obsessive. So I'll find something I like and then I'll do it too much. Like, whatever, I just stream 7 days a week. Well, it didn't even matter, right? I would do that. I know exactly the kind of person I am. I would totally do that. It's not healthy, but I would do it. I don't know what it's going to write for this one here, but I got to write something. And it's just a placeholder because he's not even supposed to be finished in the game. But he's already kind of there now, so... I'm sure I will at some point play video games on stream. I mean, technically I play my own game on stream, so technically I've already played a video game on stream. But I played all the way through the game, and yeah, at some point I will. I've had a couple people ask. The people who've asked me though were not the people from the community that, you know, I originally started this based on. So I guess, like, as more people are like, hey, why don't you play regular games? Maybe I should. I'm definitely open to it. I can always go to the Epic store and look at all the games they give me for free and play one of those. Oh my god, they give me so many games for free. Actually, speaking of which, we'll let that load up. It's doing stupid things. Why is it all laggy and weird? Yeah, right now Epic's giving away Beyond Blue and Never Alone for free. But these games that they've just given me for free to play through. At some point, I'm gonna play through some portion of them. I didn't buy a single one of these games. This is great. They've just been giving these to me. A horror game? I don't know. I don't usually favor horror games, but I could play one. Was there a particular one you were thinking of? I don't know. I mean, I do like all these, like, you know, scary stories and creepypastas and things like that. FNAF game or Smith? What is Smith? Or something, okay. Oh, maybe. I watched Markiplier play all the way through Security Breach. That was kind of cool. I think of all the ones that would want to play, that would probably be the one to be most likely to want to play. Got Amnesia, that's a horror game. These are all free games, so I don't know what's even in them, but... I don't know. I would have to think about it. Layers of Fear, that sounds like a horror game. What's a Layers of Fear? Go to store page. I mean, it's got weird floaty doll heads. I automatically like it because it has floaty doll heads and they're adorable. And a really terrible painting job. You know, I used to paint people's houses. And this just hurts my soul for a very different reason. And whatever this is, a long corridor. You know, it happens. Sometimes you go in a long corridor. You know, I've lived in a house more creepy than that. I mean... I like this. This just makes me happy. I kind of like weird dolls, don't mind me. Too cutesy. More terrifying because it's cutesy. That's just boring looking, but maybe. It's my library. Got doll heads. When did it come out? Oh, it came out ages ago. It's terrible. Who plays old games, right? I don't know. At some point. Is there a way to filter which genre? Ooh, there is. They've given me 21 horror games for free. Some of these don't look like horror games to me. This one was sad. I think Markiplier play this one. And the actual, the ending was very sad. And I was like, aw. I kind of feel bad for the kid. It's like, what, steampunk horror? What? I don't know. Something to think about. If I already own the game, that's even better. Buying a random game sounds terrible when I have hundreds of unplayed ones. I have the sneaking suspicion that, like, horror games would be probably not the most interesting thing to watch me play because I don't really get scared easily. Because I like all those things. I like all the weird creepy things and the violent things and the jump scares, and I love all that. But they don't ever scare me, they're just hilarious. I mean, I listen to creepypastas for fun. I've lived in houses that people have died in. More than one person. God, I lived in a house that was like, it's like 3 stories, right? But one of the stories was like a basement. And then because it was on a hill, the second story was like, you know, the first story was basically just, you went down the hill to it. Like, you know, it just went down a set of stairs. So in a way they were kind of like at the same thing. And I was like watching this house, right? Because it was some old guy owned it, but the first floor flooded and they had to take him out of there because he was like 94 at the time, I believe. And So they were tearing the whole place out. They were dealing with mold problems due to the flooding and everything. They had to remove all the windows and stuff. So this house that was basically literally two houses that had been put lengthwise because they had just built a whole house onto the other. It had like the longest hallway you can imagine. Like it went down the entire length of both houses, and just on either side were just constant open doors. And because it had no windows and the front door didn't lock anymore like that, at night down there, like the whole area was just completely insecure. But my second story thing where I lived at was secure. However, to do the laundry right, you had to go down to the first floor, and then below the stairs was another room, and then it looped around again, and you went underneath those stairs to go down into a basement. And it had like the worst set of stairs you can possibly imagine, because not only were they like super, compact, but whoever had nailed the carpet to the stairs above used really long nails. So they stick through the stairs and they come out the ceiling of that lower staircase down there that you're walking to the attic there. I'm sorry, into the cellar there. So you look up and the entire ceiling is spiked, which is just terrible design. But the thing is that first floor, anybody can come into at any point. There's nothing stopping it. There's literally over 20 open holes in the walls for people to just come through. So I go down there at night to do my laundry because I'm a terrible person and I just keep bad hours. And you go down those stairs to the attic, and they're done in such a way that, you go down a small distance like that, and then you have to turn right 90 degrees. You go a few more steps, and then you have to turn right 90 degrees again, and then it comes out into the actual basement. But whoever designed these stairs is the worst person ever, because, when you get down to the basement, you're coming out basically horizontal with the wall of the basement, except for they're off to the side of it is yet another alcove going under those stairs there, where anybody could hide it. And it goes back a pretty good distance in there. Someone could literally sleep back there if they wanted. And you're blocked from seeing the rest of the basement that's behind you as well, because you're just coming out basically in the middle of it along the wall. And down there is a whole bunch of piles of crap that are just, it's supposed to be a wine cellar, so it's huge. And they just literally have basically small child or even like medium child sized piles of stuff everywhere that anyone could be hiding behind. You turn, to your left at that point upon getting downstairs, and then off to there is where the washer and dryer actually are. There's a pretty good distance there. But then off to the side of the washer and dryer is yet another random alcove people can hide in. And my favorite thing is down there was this really creepy looking, it was a cowboy doll. But it was like about a meter tall. Definitely looked like it comes out of a horror film and just kills people. And they just put it down there right by the washer and dryer in that alcove, just watching you the whole time. This is a great place to live. But the thing that is the best thing about that house is, the room I was at had windows everywhere on it. The guy had a real fetish for windows. In fact, if there was an open wall, there was a window in it. Multiple ones. I always had the feeling like someone was watching me, right? So I would, just eventually just kept all the blinds closed and everything like that. It had a sliding glass door that was the entrance to that room, so I kept that blocked off too. But then eventually I started searching the property, because this property is huge and it's on a canyon, right? So this guy was rich, put it that way. And I go out there and I find actual like a lean-to that someone had built that they would clearly been living in. I found like, food wrappers and things like that. People were actually out there watching me all along. I don't know for how long. It was a great place to live, by the way. As far as anything creepy that happened there, well, the guy eventually died in the far room of the house, so we had this agreement that we had a child monitor for him because we were taking care of him, right? Because by the time he died, he was 97, so he couldn't do a lot for himself. And the woman I was also working with, we both agreed that the second he died, we turned that child monitor off, because it would be so creepy if anyone ever went to that room and talked through the child monitor at us. You're just going along, you just hear noises. And was the house haunted? Was it cold? Sure. The basement was always cold, so it was hard to really judge. It was, even during the summer, the basement was freezing. because it was designed to keep wine cool, right? Multiple people had died in the house. So, I don't know if I ever really found any evidence of that per se. Mostly the creepy thing was always like you felt like you were being watched, and the first floor had all those holes in it so anybody could have come in. So the real threat of the place was not that the place was haunted, so much was the real people living in the woods nearby. That I actually found evidence of living in the woods nearby. That was what was truly creepy about it. The real threat. Ghosts, yeah, whatever, who cares? People actually out there watching you. Terrifying. But there were definitely, like, you know, his room where he died in. I basically would never go back into that room. That place was really weird feeling. Maybe it was just having seen him alive there so many times, you know, to go in there and find, you know, there being nothing there is just weird. Also, after he passed away, I was the caretaker for the place for like an entire year afterwards, so it was literally just me there alone. By then they had fixed the walls and everything, but it was still a very, very large place. All alone on the canyon. With people perpetually living in the woods nearby that, you know, it was a little creepy, a little weird. And I usually ignore a lot of random noises because I grew up in the woods, like in the temperate rainforests of Northern California, right? You know, where the trees are this, you know, they're larger than like 5-story houses, and they just block everything out, right? So you'd hear all kinds of crazy noises at night. That's just how it was out there. I mean, you knew there was real danger in the woods. You didn't have to go very far from, you know, your house to be basically lost forever because the trees block the sun. So unless the sun is right above you, you have no idea which direction you're going. And it would just go off into the canyons. Like, I can give you an idea, actually. I might not live in that area anymore, but the number of weird things I found there, like, oh, I mentioned. I'll tell you some other random stories of things that happened in that area. I've never really had issues of hauntings per se. Usually the problem is real people. Real people can be very scary. I'm just finding the stuff real fast. That is not the right place. I can just drag it over here because I don't even live there anymore, so I don't care if you know that where it was. It's a place called Magalia, California. It's been a while since I've lived there. Quite a while, years actually, but that's DeSable. I used to go walking up in this general vicinity all the time. But to give you an idea, like, there's a... Oh, I went down Powelton all the time. You see the size of the trees next to the road sign here? How big they are. Yeah, about that. They are massive. I mean, there's smaller trees too, but you can see the big ones just towering over it. And it just goes on and on and on. But let's see. There was one day. There's this quaint little town up there, and I say quaint lightly. It's not a great place at all. It's called Sterling City. Sterling City looks kind of like this. There's nothing special about it. There are 300 people who live in this little... Oh, dangerous animals are breaking the house? I haven't had any break into a house. I mean, there's plenty of dangerous animals out around there. but we'll get to that in a second. Let's see. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Anyway, this place here, I decided to take my girlfriend up to visit a place that was above it. Inskip, which is way up here. Inskip is a town of 4 buildings. It's nothing. I was like, you ever been to Inskip? And then she's like, no. This is Inskip. There's nothing great about it. But we were driving through Sterling City. Going slow because they have a really low speed limit there. And people start lining up alongside the road. At first, it's just a few people. Okay, we're going through. I think it takes about 10 minutes to go through there. Hey, Blinded Raymond. You're just never a story. So yeah, I'm going through this Sterling City, and people just taking my girlfriend up there to see Inskip, this place here. And people start lining up alongside the road. First, it's just a few people, and then more people, and then more people. Pretty soon, the roads are just like both sides of the road are just lined with people, like it's a parade or something. There's only 300 people who live in there, a literal 300. We used to joke it was the 300 people defending the mountain. And I mean, it could have been like, you know, at least 50 people, probably more. We didn't really stop to count because, well, I was driving and I couldn't really count, but there was a lot. That's not what's weird. See, we finally drive through there and we're going, well, that's kind of strange. Okay. Inskip is, I want to say, about 15 minutes farther up the mountain from there. So we got to Inskip. We looked around for a while. As you can see, there ain't much in Inskip. It's dull. Also, these pictures are terrible. Terrible? Okay. Yeah, it's just like a few buildings, and that's it. He just had never been there, and I was like, okay, we're going to Inskip. So we spend maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes there derping about. Sure. And then we decide to go back. So we reached, you know, Sterling City, and it's been about 40 minutes. Those people are all still lined up alongside the road. There's even more of them now. And they just all slowly watch us pass the whole way. That's right. So 10 minutes through Sterling City, there's just more of them watching. I don't think I've been to Sterling City since, to be honest. I'm just like, but why? Why are you all watching? I was not about to get out of my car and ask. But yeah, if you ever need to go up into the woods and just see weird, creepy places, old Sterling City. Oh, yes. They have a really nice park, too. Menlo Park is super nice. It looks like they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on it. And yet, there's only 300 people up here. Where did the money come from? I don't even know. Did the MCs welcome me? I mean, it looks like they wanted to welcome me in the same way the Hills Have Eyes want to welcome me. Like, it was... Yeah. It's definitely a weird place. The other weird one, I used to walk up here all the time, and the things I saw around Lake de Sable have me wondering if it's actually where, you know, Resident Evil happens. Like the underground facilities and everything there. You see, de Sable is a weird town. De Sable is actually owned by Pacific Gas and Electric Company. And the most notable thing about de Sable is, well, there's a lake there. That's it. There's a lake. And there's still more big trees, by the way, because this place is just loaded with big trees. See, there's a little truck. There are the trees around the truck. As you can see, the area is just loaded with huge trees. And it's mostly it's a man-made lake, so it's not particularly interesting. But beyond the lake are all these weird little trails that they've made. See if I can find some of them. I used to walk down them. Like, there's weird contraptions and everything like that. Just bizarre things like that. But the farther you go into the things there, you start to see these, you know, channels that go places. Okay. Does Siren Head live here? Maybe. There's a lot of things that happen in the woods. We don't question it sometimes. Like there's some weird gated thing over here. I don't even know what's over there. I just don't know. Where was it at? Farther up here. Dude on motorcycle. Ah, yes. I used to go walking down this area. I don't know if I can actually go down that road or not. But what they don't tell you about this area is it leads to all these different pathways and all these different channels. And these pathways are all maintained by the Pacific Gas and Electric, but they're very nice. And if you go far enough down, there's even a really cool waterfall. It's nice, you know, it's great. But if you get on the wrong paths, you start to see all kinds of warnings, keep out signs, and eventually you start reaching fences with bizarre factory-looking things behind it. Just weird man-made contraptions that clearly look like they're a facility for something, but they're always abandoned. I've never seen anyone in any of them. But clearly a huge amount of money was spent on all of them. And there are no roads going to them, only these trails. Which makes me wonder how they got the stuff even there in the first place. And a lot of these channels of water go through them for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it's just to clean the water, don't know. They definitely say don't go in the channels because it's dangerous. Yeah, aliens, pretty much. But one of the ones I stopped at, and I don't think I can actually show you on this because I don't think Google ever goes down these trails. Maybe I can see something close to it. Once again, there's a lot of trees here. That's why I say you can just get lost forever out here very easily. Just go off the road and you can be lost. Did I get turned around? I think I did. Yeah. There's no way to go north. Oh, I'm just going to cheat. Yeah, all of this here is forest. This whole area is, like, you can see all the green. It's just forest. All of it, just forest in all these directions. Yeah, I think it was somewhere up near Lovelock, I think. Right about... This is Lovelock Road, but Lovelock itself is up here. There's a Toad Town powerhouse thingy. Interesting. I think it was somewhere in this general vicinity. I remember one where I went and they stopped us there with this huge facility. And that wasn't what was weird. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're going down this path to this strange facility in the middle of nowhere with all the keep out signs. That's kind of weird. But when we got down there, we looked down the hill, and keep in mind this is all on a mountain. So when you're up here, this area is just farther down. So a lot of times you'll be standing up in here like that, and you'll be looking down at like the road, and there'll be this huge drop off. There were people in houses that could see us from there, and they all just turned to watch us. They did. They just came out of their houses and watched us. They didn't make any moves to us. They were a great distance away. Nice. I'm glad that I can inspire someone to do creepy things. I love creepy stuff. I've lived a lot of creepy things too. No haunting things. Like, I've never ever experienced any kind of haunting thing. I've been in plenty of places where people have died. I've walked through cemeteries at night. I mean, there was one really horrible walk we had to do where we were forced to, we were going to stay at these people's houses, right? And then they decided to kick everyone out. It's like, well, we just came down for the weekend, but okay. So we had to cross the entire city at night, which I now learned was through some really dangerous areas. And we had to go through the entire cemetery of that place, and it was well after midnight. Still nothing then, too. Just, I lived in that house where the people had died. Nothing. But, I don't know. But what I have encountered are a lot of dangerous animals and a lot of dangerous people. I remember one day I came home and I was living, I don't live in this area anymore, so it doesn't matter that you know where I was living. Approximately anyway, because I don't want to go to the trouble to find it all on a map. I was living in Magalia. Magalia is this general vicinity here. I've never been to Irishtown, even though it looks like it's really close. This road to get to Irishtown is like a hellscape. It is so horrible. It's pure dirt road with all kinds of hills. You actually need an all-terrain vehicle to get there. This red line is terrible, by the way. I was somewhere in this general vicinity. And I go to drive home. I go to pull into my driveway. And there's a bear just sitting in my driveway. It's a black bear. It's not a grizzly bear, though there are grizzlies in this area. Wasn't a particularly big one. I want to say it was probably an adolescent, I guess. I was driving a car. Wasn't a very big car. The bear could have done some serious damage to the car if it wanted to. But I was like, I go to pull in the driveway. I'm like, nope, nope. I see a bear right there. I'm just going to go pull right back out. And I'm like, I'm going to go around the neighborhood for a little while here. And I came back and the bear was still there. I finally honked my horn and that thing ran so fast. I just like, phew. Those people keeping track. Bears can run around 30 miles an hour. So if you ever thought you were going to escape a bear, you aren't going to escape a bear, by the way. Don't run from a bear. Don't ever run from any animal. It's never a good choice. That means you're establish yourself as prey. Don't do that. But it was just like, because my car is actually bigger than it. And, you know, bears usually don't attack things that are larger than them necessarily. Not like significantly larger, like a car. A grizzly bear might, but the grizzly bear would have been probably larger than my car. So, you know, there's that. And that's Paradise Lake there. I thought Paradise Lake was down here. Wait a minute. I'm so confused. Oh, this is just the Magalia Reservoir. That's adorable. For the longest time, I thought the Magalia Reservoir was, in fact, Paradise Lake. Oh my god, we made the worst mistake one day. I was walking with a girlfriend at the time. And we go to visit Paradise Lake. Actual Paradise Lake, not the reservoir. And, what they don't tell you about Paradise Lake is we went down to, I believe right here. And we go, okay, well, we're going to walk around the lake. Sure. I think that was where it was. It was one of these places around the lake. We're going around the lake. And it's beautiful. It's wonderful. But you're not allowed to swim in the lake or do anything in the lake because it's drinking water. And I'm like, well, we don't need any water because it's like shaded by trees. And we're going to be right back. I'm like, eventually I'm going, well, we get like right around here. And we're going, wow, it's been like quite a bit of miles, like 6 miles. And we're like, okay, well, it can't be that much farther to get around the lake, or maybe we'd even gotten farther. I don't know. Actually, maybe we've gone around this way. Whatever the case, we've gone a really long distance. Only to discover, I believe somewhere right around here, there is no way to cross this lake. It was middle of summer. We'd walked 6 miles and discovered we had to turn around and go back with no water. In what was easily the most miserable walk ever going back. And nothing scary about that story other than the fact that it was actually just a legitimately dangerous thing that we did there. Because you could easily have gotten dehydrated and just, you know, had to start drinking the water from here. And this water isn't, you're not supposed to drink it. It gets filtered first. If you were to drink this, you would get sick. People boat in it. There's that. But it was just like, oh, dumb. We didn't think about it. I don't know. She didn't know. Oh, I've never even met a gator in real life. Well, actually, I've been to a zoo. Yeah, I don't see the zigzagging. I just avoid gators because they're in the water a lot of times. And, you know, I don't want to be any place where there's something in the water that can attack me. Oh, God. No thanks. Florida people be crazy. In a different way than Californians. Californians are crazy because we're just crazy people. But, I don't want nothing to do with no gator. Nope. No, sir. Yeah, that's, where was that haunted house at? Well, we'll call it haunted because it sounds cooler. In the quaint town of Paradise. This place is crazy. Probably a few years ago, this entire place like almost completely burned to the ground. It was a town of over 30,000 people and just burnt to the ground. It was hellacious. In fact, I believe I have a story time photo to go with that one. If I kept it. I think I did. Did I keep it? Did I keep it? Maybe, 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 maybe. Oh yeah, yeah I did. Just go ahead and download that puppy right there. Yep, yep, yep. So when Paradise was burning, I took this from the backyard of the place I was living at, in the neighboring city. That's the direction of Paradise right there. It was horrible. See, where is it? I joked that it was the real life Silent Hill going on over there. Let's see. I think I screenshotted what the air quality was like at the time. It was unreal how horrible it was. Did I? Where is it? There was a one that was horrific. Ah, yes. There it is. Oh, man. One second. I'll drag it over onto the screen. I jokingly renamed it to Silent Hill. But all you need to know about what it was like in that area during that time is this. It was so bad. It's just like any exposure there, even for a few minutes. I was wearing a mask and I went to my office, which was like across town at the time. And I came back and I was like already spitting up a tiny amount of blood. It was horrible. It was so bad, but I had to go rescue something from there. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll do it. Even masked up, it was not good. With like, you know, a filter on the mask and everything. It was bad. Yeah, that place sucked. This photo looks nice. I mean, I guess. It was actually raining ash at the time. Oh, could I read some of that? Oh, sure. Oops, did I close it? I might have closed it. Let me reopen it. Sure. Alright, so I renamed it to Silent Hill after, you know, those games with the city that's full of all the smog and everything. Screen is low quality? What? Or your screen's low quality, okay. Yeah. So, this is AccuWeather, and the current air quality was at 998, listed as dangerous. Any exposure to the air, even for a few minutes, can lead to serious health effects on everybody. Avoid outdoor activities. I didn't screenshot every one of the pollutants, but for PM25, actually 2.5, fine particle matter are inhalable pollutant particles with a diameter less than 2.5 micrometers that can enter lungs and cut in the bloodstream, resulting in serious health issues. The most severe, and then it cuts off. And these ones are particle matter are inhalable pollutants, particles that are diameter less than 10 micrometers. They can be deposited in airways, resulting in health problems. And you see the numbers like that, and yeah, it was bad. And it went on for like a week plus of just this horrific level of why are you even here? I like to joke that there's smoke season every year. We don't have fall, we have smoke season because there's all these fires nearby from all the forests and everything. But to give you an idea, that same city where I used to live today. Has an air quality of excellent. There's no ozone. The PM12 is like, it's like, you know, it's 15, 11, 10, 3. Notice how it says 15. That's right, 15. The other one was 998. That's nuts. That's so dumb. So, yeah. You notice that the levels of excellent, fair, poor, unhealthy, very unhealthy, and dangerous. Yeah, and it's like fair, fair, fair. Like you can see it was gross. I probably lost some years off my lifespan from living in that area at that time. Ugh. Yeah. Ain't that fun? There was one place that's supposed to be haunted in this area. Let me see if I can find it. I've never been inside it though. It's always been closed every time I've tried to go. There are not many haunted areas inside. I always look. It's up here. Right. Yeah, it was rough. I did not like it. Let's see. This is where you cross there. This would be where it goes there. So if the building is still there, it would be in this general vicinity. Oh, nope. It burnt to the ground. I guess part of McGilly burned too. The building used to be right here, but apparently when that fire raged through, you can see the damage it dealt to this area. Outside of McGilly. I think it burned lower portion of McGilly. It used to be all beautiful trees like the other pictures, but nope. Not at all. Like I say, the city down here that was burning, like all this drop off in there, you can see what happened to it. It was crazy. This is wild. Yeah, this area used to be heavily forested. And you can see what it looks like now. Not all the houses burned though. Some of them survived. It's really bizarre. It was crazy though, like what happened to this place. Like you just see the devastation. This is actually after it's recovered a bit too. It's been like 3-4 years, so. I'll jump out to a different section of it. I know Skyway burned pretty bad. Now I pick an area that didn't burn at all. Some areas survived. It's so weird. That doesn't look like Skyway at all. I dropped off on Skyway. Oh, Pearson. You see what happened to this street here? Like all the buildings just got shut. This was like literal. Like these places were just full of buildings. Like these areas that look like there. Yeah, it's been 4 years. This whole area was just full of buildings and trees. Just everything. And yeah. They actually cleared out a lot of the trees that had been half burnt, so you can kind of see a lot of ones that are, there's not as many gone anymore. But yeah, it's very open now, and a lot of the areas look like it was like The Walking Dead right afterwards. But some of these buildings did make it. I'm not sure which ones, because there was like, wow, actually. There was a building right here, a big paint store my dad used to work in. So that's gone, evidently. Jeez. A lot of these areas, like this whole place is just worthless now. Still walking aimlessly around wooded streets. When you find a dilapidated house, you walk over the door and suddenly house gone. It's sunset, my phone ain't ringing. You know, listen. What goes on in Florida stays in Florida? I don't know. There's the good stuff in Florida. Sometimes you just have weird moments. Like it's like, how did I get here? I don't know. Oh wow, this place is just ruined. You know what's bad when the place right next to one of the little fire things gets ruined? Huh. We'll just call that a Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas moment, right? I wonder if I can find that house I used to live in. It was so far down the middle of nowhere, the haunted one. Well, we'll say it's haunted. Mostly just creep people in the woods. It was in paradise, but it might have burnt to the ground. So, let's see. It was over here. Woohoo! Oh, okay, it's gone. So, the house I was living in, the supposed one I was telling the stories about, was here. As you can probably see, there ain't no more house here. No. Just a lot of dead trees. It was huge. It was a big house. Wow. Well, that reminds me, what happened in Billy Park? That place was beautiful before. I used to walk down this road every day to go to Billy Park because Billy Park was like right down the road. And I had nothing better to do and I needed to exercise because I was working at night. Can I not go past here? Okay, apparently you cannot go past there. They didn't photograph it. Can I drop off in Billy Park? I can drop at the parking lot. Actually, it looks like it survived. Wow. Good job, Billy Park. Yeah, this is what Paradise used to look like. Not anymore. Nope. Oh, indeed. It looks like crap now. I guess this section didn't really burn. That's wild because just down the street you saw what happened to those people's house and it's just gone. Huh. Cool. Well, good for all these people. I don't know how you survived on the canyon like this, but you did. There's literally a canyon just over the side of these buildings here. Can't really see it past the buildings, though. Not really. Huh. Yeah, I used to go walking in the woods a lot. I dealt with a lot of wild animals and weird people. I'd say that was always the biggest threat. It was never hauntings or anything of the sort. Never. Not even close. I wanted it to be because that'd just be cool, but no. Let's see, where was I at? I think it was actually off of Paradise. Paradise is like not far from the canyons anyway, too. I was over in off of Pence Road. Is it Dean Road? Because Noble Orchard, that sounds about like that here. So I think it's down this way here. Yeah, this way here. So this looks like an innocent, ordinary road. In fact, I'll catch you later, Moss One. Walking by yourself out in the, out there is just, it's dangerous, no doubt. Apparently I'm riding on top of a car. I'm surfing a car now. Yeah, buddy. I usually refer to these as like a Google Maps vacation where you get to go visit some location that you were probably never going to go to. It just saves you money. Yeah, there's this road here, right? And I went down it. But what they don't tell you is it gets to this point. And then it goes down to the flumes. That same wonderful Pacific Gas and Electric Company also built trails all the way down along the mountains here, right? I think I can drop off and show them. Maybe. Yeah, it's just a bizarre dirt road that goes way down here. It actually looks a little nice and useful. And you can't really see the river down there. Let's see if I can find a picture real fast of the flumes themselves. Paradise, California flumes. There we go. So at the bottom of these roads is the flumes. good old Pacific Gas and Electric built these bizarre pathways along the cliffs, right? And there's usually like this in case like you're actually walking over water at this point. These are channels that are moving water every place. Like here's a better example. You can just see that you're walking over the water. And sometimes there'll be pathways with the actual, you know, water right there. Other times it'll be, you know, like you'll see it out over the cliff like that. I've never even been to that location, but you know, whatever. You get an idea. Sometimes they're wood, sometimes they're metal. Sometimes they're a little wider than others. And I'm trying to find one that fits the story of this. That's not that wide. They're quite beautiful. As you're just going over the random cliffs. Yeah, don't they? It's really crazy out there. People walk them all the time. But there was one day, I can't find the pathway that's one of the wider ones where this happened at. I was looking for one that was real similar to give you an idea. Oh, here's what happened in the Paradise Fire afterwards. Anyway, yeah. Well, we'll just put on one of these like this for now. Sure, we'll make it big. Here. You know, scrapbooking can be fun. So yeah, like out here, there was a pathway that actually had a wall, like right along this general vicinity, like that, you know, like that. And it was actually a much wider pathway, and the water was off to the side. It's not really a very good picture of water off to the side one, but I mean, at least it shows a cliff. We'll say this here. So we're going along, and there's just a crappy rail protecting you from a very large fall off the side, and then there's a mountain on the other side. Sure. And I'm at arrive at, you know, one side of the bridge, and I'm by myself. It's just me, but I'm a pretty big guy. I'm like 6 feet tall. I'm like 180 pounds. I'm imposing enough that most people don't really mess with me, but you know, I'm pretty friendly, so I, you know, wave hi to people, things like that, you know, whatever. Well, on the other side of this bridge, there's this guy, and he's wearing what looks like, you know, like a bumping, like, you know, he's got extra jackets on. It's really warm out. It's the summer. He's got like jackets on. He's got a hood. You can't see his face at all. And he's keeping his head down. And he's just mumbling. He's all walking towards me, and I'm like, okay, because you know, he's going to cross like that. So he's not directly walking towards me. He has to cross the thing. A lot like this type of thing there, where you see the cliff off to the side, except for imagine a rail and it's slightly wider. Not that much wider though, but wide enough that you can get 1.5 people. And so I'm like waving hi, like how's it going, you know, like that, because you know, I don't want to be that big guy walking by just not paying attention to people or anything like that. I don't want to make people scared of me. And he walks, you know, the other way, and he's still just looking down and just mumbling like just loudly the whole time, just gibberish. I don't even know what this guy's even saying. So he just kind of keeps walking towards me, and I get the weird choice of, okay, which way do I do? There's either water on one side with like the mountain, or there's a cliff on the other side with a crappy little rail. And this guy, if he were to lunge at me and I was on the rail side, okay, I would go over the rail. We both would. There's no way I'd be able to stop him. The guy's at least my size, or I can't even tell because he's got so much crap on, but he's not small. Or I stand on the other side and we both get dunked into, you know, where the water is. So we just keep walking. He's just like going, he's still muttering. He's just looking down. He's kind of twitching and being all weird. I'm like, okay, well, I just kind of eventually reach a point where I just kind of stop, and I like to take the rail, figuring that maybe I could make a dodge if necessary, and maybe he goes flying over the edge, right? And he goes, he doesn't ever look at me. He just keeps walking, and he's just sitting there whispering, just nodding and walking by, and he never once looked at me. I just nervously stood there watching him as he passed really close to me, never did anything like that, and he just kept going. I was happy. I'm glad the story ends like that, because, you know, I mean, he could have just, I could have been ended at that point if he really wanted to. How come everyone takes little crappy pictures? I was trying to find a picture of like the rail system. And, you know, then he just kind of vanished off into the distance. I never saw him again. But at that point, I was miles away from anybody. If I had been injured or anything like that, I don't know how I would have even gotten back. Nobody knew I was there. I don't think I went back after that because, like, you know, well, one, it sucks going down the road. Two, there's a lot of ticks down there. And ticks are awful. But three, like, as the homeless problem in this area got worse and worse, it just became less and less safe. Yeah. That's kind of the thing. Like, when it comes to people, they're the scary ones. I can usually predict how an animal's going to react. They don't have any pictures of what I was looking for. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I can predict how an animal's going to react, but for people, you never know. Who knows what's going on in their head? Maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe they're on a drug. I don't know. I know how to deal with bears. I know how to deal with mountain lions. I've had to deal with both before. I've dealt with, you know, smaller animals too, foxes. I'm actually more scared of dogs than I am mountain lions or bears because dogs can be any amount of aggressive to not aggressive. You never know. And people often, like, you know, raise them to be, you know, killers and then let them just kind of wander wild and free. Whereas mostly, like, you know, wild animals are used to dealing with humans, but they don't bother to screw with us because they know that that's not gonna, they're not gonna be as likely to survive if they do. So they just know better. But people. Yeah, people. Oof. Never know with people. I actually stopped walking a lot of places due to that because there's the amount of homeless here got so great that they built whole cities in a lot of the parks. It was really sad. There were so many beautiful parks up here and you just can't really over in this neighboring city there was like, well, that's not that beautiful of a section. Huh. Maybe it burnt too. That area is known for fires because I'm gonna let you in a little secret. At least the case of the California redwoods and everything like that over in this general vicinity, in order for them to germinate, they have to go through a forced fire. That's right. For the seeds to actually germinate, so they can grow, a forced fire must happen. That ought to give you an idea of how often forced fires happen in the general vicinity. It's pretty bad. Yeah, about sums it up. Yeah. It's like my random story time of the day. Unless people would rather I sit there and tell stories about that. In which case, I could. Yeah. People are terrifying. They're the real problem when you're out there. I'd much rather encounter an animal than a person. Well, okay, I'd much rather encounter a normal wild animal, not necessarily a dog. Say dogs can be as hit or miss as people, but otherwise not so bad. Oh, I was so close to finishing this. I still have to write something for this, don't I? I've done so much writing in the last few days. It'd be nice to... I'm getting people asking me to play games on stream instead of actually programming. Oh, hey, Shadow Dragon, how's it going? Not having any friends in real life is so sad. I mean, to be fair, I don't have many friends in real life either because I'm kind of a loner, but I have some. I'm glad to hear it. You know, I'm doing okay. I think I caught my roommate's sickness, so I kind of have a sore throat at the moment. It's been going on all day, so it is possible I will not stream tomorrow if my throat gets so bad. It hurts right now, but I've been just drinking tea because it seems to make it feel better and just working through it. I'm healthier than him, so, you know, I probably won't have it as long, but he's had it for like a week. Oh my god. I hope it's not a week. I managed to dodge it all this time, but then I just got unlucky, I guess. I was all disinfecting every surface and everything. Oh yeah, a real friend is priceless. I gotta write one more thing. I guess I'm going to save this text. I don't think I'm going to use it, though. I don't know, I kind of like story time better than I like doing programming. I'm probably going to change this dialogue here, but I'm going to save it just in case. So much dialogue gets rewritten over and over and over. I've actually reached a point where I no longer bother to write the best possible dialogue I can, knowing that I'm probably just going to change it later. Let's make a backup of this event. Yeah, I might actually, after this is done, have, some just days where I just do, play some random games that I think are just really cool. That could happen. All the ones that inspired me to do things. Also, what, like Moss 1 and a couple of people are doing, yeah. Like, there have been a couple people who've been requesting that I actually play games. Moss 1 wants me to play a horror game, and that's what actually got me off on that tangent about all the weird little creepy places. And I was sitting there going, you know, none of that stuff really actually scares me. I don't even know how interesting it'd be to watch me play a horror game because I like all that stuff. I like creepy things. So I was like, okay, I could do that. He's like, well, I'm like, well, it's true. Here I am sitting there playing with dolls, basically making, you know, a story about people who've been killed and their souls have been put into dolls. Do you think I don't like horror things? Like, yeah, of course I do. Yeah. Well, I'm not really creeped out by them. I guess I could do the fake streamer reactions. Like, oh my god, I can't believe it. Like, oh, jeez. Just go crazy about it, you know? Like, I could do that, but eh. Oh, hey, WTF boy. How's it going? Nice. I mean, you know, horror games are cool. I think they're actually probably a better genre to work on than, you know, what I'm doing here because streamers like to react to them. It's really what it is. Like, they're great for reactions. I don't know. Anything they can do co-op or that they can react to are the best choices. But Blinded Journeyman, what if I could just open up a can every time I needed a reaction? It'd be so good. It'd be like pro streamer levels. You just open a can of yet another reaction each time. It's so good. I can just imagine I'm just sitting there like that, and every time one of these things, I just pull a can off of the shelf and open it up, and the reaction comes out of it. Like a canned Markiplier reaction. Like kind of like Spaceballs where they have the canned air. Yeah, exactly like that. I mean, I guess technically that's just like having a soundboard, but the visual is funnier. Yeah, I do too, Shadow Dragon. I like the lots of adventure and puzzle games. Granted, I don't think well, I don't think puzzle games are that interesting to watch on stream, necessarily. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, Spaceballs is amazing. Oh my gosh. So sad they never made a part 2. Just think of all the things they could have, made fun of with all these different, Star Wars, trilogies that came later. Oh my gosh. They could have laid into those. It would have been glorious. And to be fair, some of those ones deserve to be laid into. Oh, you don't know how to make multiple animation frames for a character? Well, like you don't know how to get into the engine, or you don't know how to make them in general? These are two very different questions with two very different answers. Technically, my animation plugin is available. All you have to do is download Poppet Quest, and it's in the plugins. You could use it. Okay, so for this to work, this is going to default off, and Binky Defeated will be triggered when you kill him, so that's not a problem. And then I guess I don't really need these, right? I can either work it off just this variable, or I can work it off a specific switch. See, I mean, Blind Enjoyment, it's all about vanity projects. We all got them. Like, don't even worry about it. You don't have to complete games. That's weird. Oh, you want to do a lot of things. Well, like I said, my animation plugin is available. It's very, very rough, though. It's not really built for normal people to use it. It's technically available, though. At some point, I might adapt it for other people to use it. Make it better, but it's really not a very good engine for a lot of animation things. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, this engine is not built for it. I think I just removed this, right? That's probably fair. Shadow Dragon seems to do a lot of tech into people's games. I never get around to it. Like, if someone shows me a game, like, messages me on the stream or something like that, or like, like someone here asks me, there's a chance I'll play your game purely because I might just want a break. But I don't even check the forums. I don't. I just don't have the time. Like, I look at them very briefly, only if someone happens to tag me. Like, if someone posts in community lighting, I might look at it. I probably won't respond to a community lighting question because they've been answered so many times and I don't want to answer them again. There's plenty of other helpful people who can do it. Yeah. Other people can do it. This system is stupid, isn't it? I guess the unlock thing is only for purposes of the portals, right? Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. The Binky is 0, and then beating Binky gives +1 right here. Let's see. Called SCP. Yeah. I've actually dropped a lot of the multiple animation frames for this because of how hard it is to do the animations in this. I need to rework my plugin to be better at singular animations. And even then, it just means I have to have that many frames to load up. It's kind of rough. You're totally playing through this game? You know, thanks for doing so, Blinded Journeyman. I'm just saying. But, not many people have actually bothered to, I don't think. Feedback is really important in WTF. Like, it's so rare that anyone gives it. Like, I think 17 people have downloaded the first version of Poppet Quest, and I've gotten feedback from like 2 people. And one of them was literally half an hour on the opening cutscene. So I was like, okay. Helpful, I guess. Cool. Sure? Okay. Does this add +1 to that? Oh my gosh. This is nightmarish. The system I've made for this is not the best one. Alright, so then 2 here for that fight there. I have to turn on Chuckle's pre-fight, huh? Okay. 326 on. Oops. That'll force the player to have to stop. On. That's probably been one of the best things about doing this stream here is that I get feedback live as I'm playing the game. I can bounce ideas off people. This one should do itself here. It adds +1 to areas unlocked. But it doesn't turn on the thing, right? I need to turn on probably story time. No, I have to turn on Anna pre-fight right here. What a nightmare system! Why did I make it? I don't even know. Yeah. If someone links me their games or whatever, like, I'll give them a try on stream or something. Maybe I'll just have a day of the week or something where I just play people's games as kind of a break. You sure you don't want to do a review of this game with, you know, a timer running, Shadow Dragon? I mean, it's so much fun. You just, you know, only review your game for exactly 35 minutes. What a weird arbitrary number. Not 30 minutes or something like normal people would pick. 35. Not 40. Just a weird, odd number. That was a weird experience. I'm glad I had it, but it was a weird experience. Oh. I gotta add in all the text. Ugh. I gotta... I'll come back to that. Well, I mean, if you want to link up Shadow Dragon, I'll play through games. I'll try them out. I might not play through the whole game, depending upon how long the game is. If the game's like, you know, 20 hours, if the game's good, I'll play through it all. I'll definitely play a bunch of it. Can you put a link in the chat, WTF Boy, for your game? I don't know if it allows links in the chat. If it does, if not, then is it like on itch or something? I could find it. Oh yeah, I mean it kind of does Blinded Journeyman. The thing is I've only really got like one person who's posted an actual review on it. So that's all I have to talk about is the one person. I mean, I appreciate he did it. Usually I have to ask him, but apparently he was excited enough to just do it himself. I was like, okay. I don't regret he did it. I don't understand his methodology. But at least he did provide feedback, which is better than nothing. Oh. Really hard for me. Why would it be hard for me? Is there some reason it's difficult? Is this like Dark Souls? Oh, that's fair. Like I say, I don't think the first prototype is even a good game, to be completely honest. It was more of a, I got really tired of just saying, oh, I'll put it out next week. Because the goal was to release a version and then continuously update it. But here I was just sitting there pushing it back week after week, and I'm like, no, kick it out the door. Oh. Yeah, you know, my Dutch is really bad. As in, like, it's about, you know, as good as my C# is, which means I don't really have any skill with it at all. I don't see a link. Does this not allow links? I don't know. Can I change that? I left all this stuff for YouTube on default. What's this do? What this do? I've never looked at YouTube's moderation stuff. I'm just checking through it real quick here. Yeah, probably. YouTube isn't very good for any kind of anything on the back end, as far as I can tell. Toggle moderation activity. Moderation activity will be shown. Still don't see a link. There's really not many options. Huh. Huh. There's just like nothing. There's like not even options. I've clicked every single option available so far and there's just literally nothing. Is it over on itch? Looks like it is. This one? Also, your video is set to private, by the way, for your the page if this is your one. Oh. 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 Okay. Your recruiter page. Enable projects. Okay, enable projects. Got it. Let's do that then. Okay. Enigma Projects comes up with the Enigma account, which I assume was the one we were just looking at. Oh, okay. But this is the one I clicked. No, I guess not. Okay. Nice. So this looks way better than the other one. Nice. Well, I'll add to my list of things to play then. And I'll play it on stream. Maybe not right now, but I will add it to the thing. Basically, I want to get this prototype out first, and then, well, if I'm still feeling better and don't get sick, I'll play it probably like right afterwards. It's possible I might be pretty sick by tomorrow because my throat's been getting sore as time's gone by, not actually less sore. So I assume I'm actually at the start of whatever sickness, not the end of it. Oh, nice. Thanks. So you might as well just wait for this one, because this one's going to be better anyway. So right after this, story time 2 has to be turned on, right? Oops. Making certain that it hands off each of these events here. I guess +1 there. Because once this plays through, I'll have every single one of these things playing through. Then I just have to write like 2 little story things, and then I'll have the whole thing ready to go. Yeah, it's unfortunately not really built for normal people to use. I just made it available for anyone who wants to use it. It's in the files. I realized that because it was unprotectable anyway, might as well just make it where anyone could use it. I also realized that nobody was ever going to steal this game anyway. They could, I mean, if they were going to, they wouldn't have too much effort or trouble doing so. It's kind of hard to call it their own, but mostly I just don't think it's that good of a game, so. Maybe eventually it'll be, but by that point, it's going to be quite a few updates down the road that this is actually a great game. I think I'm going to give any reward out for beating the last boss. I think that there's no point giving a reward for beating the last boss. Okay. You've won the game. Cool. Oh, yeah. I mean, you might as well learn from things like that. I considered having like a thing that's like, oh, if you paid like, you know, $10 or something like that, then you can get a just open project to play with. Just straight up an open project. Because, I mean, like I say, what are they going to do? Steal it? It's not that hard to steal if you really want to do it in the first place. And it's a free game, so... But if they really wanted a full version there, that would be, like, where they could just open up a project and have everything to mess with. I might do that. It helps fund my asset habit. Where I really like shiny assets. I'm like a digital hoarder. You know a nice reward for beating the boss? What reward would be a nice reward for beating the boss? Tell me these things. I thought about having a little hidden area, but I also recognize that since I'm already kind of not feeling that great and I want to have this out by Sunday, this version, I don't think I have time to make a whole nother area. Oh yeah, like, I mean... Think of saying trick ya? But why would she say trick ya? I mean, there's plenty of, fourth wall breaking jokes about, you know, the game dev and everything like that, and a character from another game who's literally stopping the game from being developed. So there are jokes in there like that. I did put things at the end of the prototype. There is a, yeah. I mean, there's some funny dialogue with Miranda if you rescue her, or if you don't rescue her, because there's 2 different dialogues. She's acting like an Asagi character who's blocking the game's development and is angry at me, effectively, for not developing her game. So there's funny dialogue like those. I think I make some references to all those things. I mean, it's obviously going to be taken out later. Or maybe put as a secret, you know, extra thing, but for purposes right now, it's in. So there is something after you beat Snuggle Waffle. So Snuggle Waffle is actually advertised as an unfinished boss in an unfinished area. So mostly the reward is more jokes, effectively. You can also go get the bad ending. That's a reward you could do. After you've done that, even Tika suggested. I don't know, as many as I want to add, I guess, over time. I have the assets already created for, let's see, 1, 2, 3, for like 4 more. They are now. In the first prototype version, you can actually beat each area without ever beating the boss by just simply collecting the tarot cards, and it would allow you to progress to the next area. But the problem is you'll miss out on some of the abilities. So you're going to have a lot harder over time. But rescuing the NPCs is more important than beating the bosses is in the first version. In this version, you have to kill the bosses, and you don't have to rescue the NPCs. You can if you want. Most of the abilities are unlocked by rescuing the NPCs, so I would recommend it. But this version sitting there, and like the first version, I hadn't even finished all the story. I just had an intro story, and then just kind of told you what to do to start with, and then just kind of sent you out. It was an unfinished game. It's a prototype. It's like not even an alpha. The alpha implies like the game might actually be, you know, a complete game, and it's just in a terrible state. Whereas a prototype, it's just a uncompleted game. I might actually have something along those lines, like the a special hidden things like that. It's just gonna get added in later. I'm just gonna keep expanding upon the game, to be honest. That's the whole plan. Where are we at here? I need to put a bunch of stupid text in here. Yeah, maybe. I am slowly adding in a bunch of other lore things and stuff like that, just making it more interesting as I go along. Some of it's just me writing lore or making the lore better. So all the dialogue can be changed over time, like nothing's pretty much set in stone. Yeah. Pretty much WTF boy. I've been literally just, you know, I'm having fun with it. I get to chat with people, so it's just enjoyable. Like, even not even feeling as well, like being somewhat sick, I still showed up to stream anyway because I enjoy doing it that much. In the most ironic turn of events ever, me, the person who once famously said they would never want to stream, in fact enjoys streaming. Well, WTF, I work under the simple theory of, you know, the maxim that, you know, if you enjoy what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Or sorry, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And that's pretty much it. I love what I'm doing. I would have done this for fun. So, you know, yeah, like, it's not even work. I don't need a motivation to do it. I enjoy it. See, Shadow Dragon, I started out the same way, and I did the same thing that every other person does, where you're afraid to hear your own voice on the, you know, the microphone, on stream or anything like that. But, you know, I thought about it, I was like, wait. I would walk up to a random person on the street and they would hear my voice, and it'd be fine. It wouldn't be all weird. So I was like, okay, well, I was like, I gotta fix this. So here's how I fixed the whole, have a problem with hearing my own voice and that whole courage thing you need like that. I actually just did some test streams, which I later made in public. And then I listened back to the streams. I forced myself to listen to the entire streams of me talking just to get used to the sound of my voice. In fact, I listened to something like the first 20 streams that I've done. The whole thing. To the point where I was so used to hearing my own voice, it was no longer weird. As for actually streaming, once you start doing it, eventually it stops being all that weird to you. Like the first ones, you're all nervous and whatever. But then this is the 70th doing dumb things with RPG Maker. And I've done one for Unreal Engine. And for those people who had to pay attention, before I got sick like 18 some odd months ago, I did like 3 or 4 art streams where I was like making maps for And Remember Tomorrow as well. So now that I've done that many streams, you know, it's no longer weird to me. It's just, you know, you just work your way past it. I also remember, like, it took me until I think about a month ago that writing on stream would seem weird to me. So over time, I've been getting less and less weird about each thing. I would never have been writing on stream that long ago. No. That would have creeped me out. I just wouldn't have been able to do it. Even now, I'm still not that great at it because I get distracted, but it's not bad. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you think my voice is pleasant. You can't share on Windows 7? Most are on Windows 10 or 11? Do they? Really? Huh. Well, I'm using Streamlabs, but I don't know what the requirements are of it. Windows 7 is kind of old at this point, though, so it wouldn't surprise me if you needed something at least like Linux or something to do it. You know, WFPlay, there's always that thing that people don't like doing in these. There's just that one thing that's always the worst. For me, it was sound effects. The one stream I just got into it and just was super into like the sound effects and playing them on stream, just like, you know, and getting reactions from people, and that was a lot of fun in itself. It took a very boring task and made it a lot better, but sorting the assets for that was horrible. It's for, you know, wanting a person who's like, you know, chill and everything. That's fair. One of the things I learned when I was reading up on and just watching videos on how to do the best for streaming, everybody said your audio matters more than a webcam. So rather than buy a webcam or do anything like that, or an animated avatar, whatever that, I invested my money in a really nice microphone. It was like a $150 microphone. It's great. I love it. And you can boop the top of it to mute it. And that alone makes it worth its weight in gold, because I boop it every time I turn the computer on, going boop. I've had this thing for like 2.5 months now. I still do it every day. And I still say boop. Don't worry about it. I just do. So you hate Windows 10. Yeah. That's fair. I mean, I hate Windows 10. But I'm going to let you on this little secret. I don't really have another option. RM does not like Linux at all. And all these side programs, like this thing made by the HUDmaker Ultra thing, doesn't even work on Linux. Good luck. And Daz hates Linux, and I tried Linux. It's got some problems. Have they? For get a 20, get a shady update block. I wouldn't surprise me if Microsoft tried to mess things up. The joke is it works fine until Microsoft updates it. You can have the same microphone or a good one with $20. You know, I had one of those ones, and it was like, I think, a $40 one, and it just didn't sound very good. And then my friend loaned me his microphone that he wasn't really using. And it was older, but I think at the time it was like an $80 or $90 microphone, and it worked better, and people said my voice sounded better. And then I got this one, and this one is just so much... It's worth the money. It really is. People are going to listen to you talk. And, I mean, they're right. Spend your money on that. If you're going to spend money on streaming, spend your money on that. Nobody wants to hear a tinny, weird microphone. Yeah, the clearness of the voice. And I said, that's the thing. The more expensive microphones just do that, and they do a much better job with a lot less work. Like, I made that crappy one work. If you look back at some of the early streams, you can hear the garbage microphone, and it's not horrible, but it's got some problems. They should improve Windows 7. It's the best version out there for now. Yeah, but they're never going to. Obviously, if they're making Windows 11, even though Windows 10 was supposed to be the last version, they're never going to improve 7. I think your best bet is actually just switch to Linux, to be honest, but what can you do? What happened to your brother? Oh, that's... Huh. You sure that wasn't just some sort of spyware or something like that? I mean, Microsoft intentionally bricking people's computers means they would never upgrade. So I don't know why they would do that. Pretty much WTF, can't tell the difference between, like, 7 through 11. Only play YouTube video music. At that point, you might as well just have, like, Android, right? Actually, Linux is pretty good. Like, if it wasn't for a couple of, like, things related to RM, I would just use Linux. Pretty much that. Again, I went for a professional streamer one. That was really what I did the research, and they're like, well, you could get this one here. And people recommended, like, the Yeti Snowball a bunch of times. And they're like, it's a good starting microphone, but you're going to have to replace it later with a more professional one. I was like, why don't I just spend the extra, like, 70, 80 bucks and just get a professional one and call it square, you know? Like, in the long run, it saves me money. Because if I get the cheaper one and then get the expensive one later, I just paid for an extra microphone. Pretty much WTF. I did the same thing. The cheaper microphone, you have to spend so much work to do that. It's awful. And even then, the end result is just not as good. Like, I kept trying and messing with it, and my sound was just never as good. Because all these programs can only do so much to make up for, well, just physical hardware being not very good. Was it an official update, Blinded German? I didn't hear about it, but that doesn't mean anything. This is me we're talking about. I don't even associate with the rest of the world. Guess I should actually put the rest of this code in here too. I live by investing, WTF boys. So I literally just, only ever... I try to be as smart with my money as possible. Even this microphone is a business write-off anyway, so might as well reduce my taxes, right? Yeah, this is always the case with streaming. You should, if you don't plan on doing a lot of it, I wouldn't invest a huge amount of money. But when I found out after, like, using the other one for like a month that I liked streaming so much that I just kept doing it, even when no one was there, I would just stream anyway. At that point, it's just, it's something I do there for fun. Like, why not spend the money on something that I was going to use all the time? And I mean, come on, I'm using this thing like 3 to 8 hours a day, like 5 days a week. $150 for something you use that often is nothing. I use that almost sometimes more often than my bed. I spent more on my bed than the $150. Ask for looking at info when for buying or changing windows. Yeah, it's a good idea. I tried a second drive and I was just testing out the other operating system at the same time, and I just came to the conclusion that Linux just isn't there for me yet. Maybe it would, but I found that the watch time on videos that are already out is terrible. So people don't tend to rewatch live streams. Oh, my throat is so sore right now. Oof. Oh well. What just happened there? Undo. Let's see. I mean, being like, I don't know if that's cheap. That's just thrifty, really. I mean, if you can get something for that's normally $1,600 for $300 and fix it, why not? That's such a good deal. Like, I'm all about getting a deal. I mean, I managed to get this on sale, and so oops, I don't want to close that. It's definitely worth going out of your way to save money if you can. And if you don't need something, you know, don't buy it. I almost didn't want to buy the microphone, but I also had to give my friend his microphone back, and I didn't want to go back to the little crappy microphone. I was like, that thing's terrible. I will spend the money. I like doing this too much. Too much indeed. Probably an unhealthy amount. Yeah. I never just buy something. I have to research it. I watched so many videos trying to decide what the best microphone was, if it was worth it, what the gains would be for picking those and everything, and yeah, it's just, I did a lot of research. Even including up to the weight of the microphone. Because that would matter potentially for, if I wanted to get a bar for the desk. To put it up. I eventually didn't bother to get one because, I mean, when I was listening back to the videos, it's really hard to hear with the keyboard anyway. All I did was put it up on like a box. And that was enough. I also already spent like the $150, so I was going to wait until a later month to buy the arm and everything for it. After all, I don't want to go super ham into it and then go, oh look, maybe I don't want to do it anymore. No. But I've actually found that I've just been streaming more and more, not actually less and less, so. I'll probably end up buying the really nice bar to suspend the microphone from and everything like that too. Maybe even a webcam at some point. I don't know. I can't decide if I'd rather do the little avatar thing or the other. I don't know about headset microphones. Every time I've ever heard them, they sound okay when you're talking to your friends. But when I tried streaming with them, oof. Also, I injured my neck, and that's part of why I had the 18 months of health problems. So I can't have the weight on my head from any kind of those headsets. It pushes down on my neck and causes problems. So I use earbuds at this point, and the microphone. Oh yeah, I use OpenShot. It gets the job done. It's not very good, but it does get the job done. I think my issue with it is that with streaming, I love streaming. But as I've mentioned before, I hate making videos. I just do. So it's like, do I want to make a video? I don't really want to. Maybe pay an editor to do it for me. Sure, I don't want to do it. I'll chop it at this sentence here. I imagine it is Shadow Dragon. I literally just can't use any at the moment. I actually had 6 disc bulges in my neck. So any amount of weight on my head, it just messes with my neck. I can't do it. So it doesn't matter if it's comfortable and weighs almost nothing. It doesn't matter at all. That's fair, Blended Journeyman. I mean, it's all about doing something you love. I find that, like, in the case of YouTube, it's definitely a slow and steady wins the race. So you really want to kind of pick something you can continuously do and do preferably easily, because you're gonna be there a while. You might as well be doing something you love, you know? I got rid of the pop. Oops. That was dumb. just gotta do this here. Actually, I can do this. I'm just going to put this on a different one there. And once you're on the third line, it's just kind of weird to have her go into a different thought with just like a portion of a line there. Yeah, it's definitely... I definitely would wear a headset if I could, Shadow Dragon. The earbuds are not as comfortable. Though, actually, to be honest, I've been using these ones for... I mean, I'll use them for like the whole day, so they're not that bad. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. The thousands you already released yearly, so yeah, you pick them. Yeah. Find games you like playing. Find something you can do repetitively, content-wise, that's just super fast, and just crank them out. Let's plays are often... That's why they're so good. It's usually you don't have to put a lot of effort into it. You just go at it. That's why I'm willing to play a thing on stream, because I have to make a video for it. That's like a bunch extra effort. But if I just open something on stream, okay. How much extra work is that? Oh, that's right, like none. Yeah. I'm gonna copy this just so I can get the pop thingy. Well, there is actually an end. Interesting. Let's see, let me move this here. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm using earbuds. This Bluetooth earbuds. That's exactly what I'm using, Shadow Dragon. Right? Yeah. They work great. I use them for like the whole day. They're wonderful. At this point, I don't think I'd ever go back because, well, my neck can't handle it, but it also just works so well. It's like, eh. I even copied the code. Yes. Good job, me. Nothing like having the two dolls talk a conversation about cannibalism. Perfect. Life in the attic is strange and weird. I might actually just do a playthrough of It As It Is and then write the last two things later, because there's really not a whole lot that has to be done other than I just have to come up with something to do with there, like, I mean, something to write. Because I'm basically already putting in the reward for that. It's Tiger Waffle just doesn't have a reward because he's the last boss. There's no point in giving you a reward for beating the last boss. He's like a secret. He's already a secret thing in the first place. So those are basically already in. I just have to remove these two things from there. I think I already removed this one here. Pretty certain I did. Yeah, it's just I have to write these two. I'm not going to rewrite her dialogue. I don't think I need to. And then these are some renders I want to do. So when you beat the boss, it changes the picture to a picture of Poppet having beaten the boss. I already have one as a test thingy. That's kind of it. At that point, it's just playable. So technically, it would already be playable right now as soon as I'm done putting this in. Or it should be playable, in theory. This actually isn't that far off. I should be pretty good to go. I may have to make myself some more tea because it's about the only thing that's keeping my throat from being just the worst thing ever right now. Only takes like a minute to do so, though. I tried water, but water does not help. Water does the opposite. This is the worst. Two more Tinkas and then the Poppet as the talks. This would be so much easier if I didn't have to have these stupid little pop commands to make it appear above the things, but I like the effect of them appearing over the top of the characters to show who's talking. I mean, technically it also has their face too, so it's probably unnecessary, but I just kind of like the effect, so. Whole conversation of Poppet wondering why that, you know, she got given a lightning storm after beating Anna, who's mostly known about darkness and eating other dolls, and Tink is asking her, it's like, well, did you want the ability to eat other dolls? And it's like, no. Or do you want the ability to make the attic darker after fighting enemies that got stronger in the dark? It's like, no. It's like, exactly, so where are you getting this? I also haven't programmed any kind of darkness thing. There could be a devour ability. Wouldn't that be weird? You just go full Kirby on people. Devour the other dolls. That is so not something that I would put in there. It makes no sense why Poppet would eat other dolls. Maybe if there was like an evil option. Turn Storytime 2 on, which is right there. That should be fine. That's in there. Oh. I'm going to be right back. I need to grab more tea so my throat doesn't, you know, hate me. Because it's the only thing keeping it from being really sore right now. I'll be back in like a minute or two. It won't be very long. That was like an old version of the game. Back, by the way. I just haven't changed the video for it. I probably should. Let's see, I could do that. Can I keep a new version of this? Actually, here, I'll make a quick change here and I'll show you the change. Do Streamlabs graphics. Okay. I think that should do it, right? There you go. More current one. Only I probably would change the background chat thingy there. But I'll do that later. I realized I hadn't changed that be right back thingy for a long time, and I've redone all the other ones because I just didn't I didn't pay much attention to it. It's just I don't know. I've been making all these other things and graphics for this game and itch.io and a lot of graphics. It's all over the place. Anyway, I got my fresh tea here and everything like that. So I can continue streaming without my throat hating me. Well, I should update it. I mean, you know, that video is from like months ago at this point, so. Streamlabs makes it so easy to do all the updating and everything like that. It's so good. I can just sit there and move everything around just during streams if I want. Speaking of which, I should probably go out and make the entire interface better and just, I don't know, do something with it. I haven't done anything with it since I made it. Okay, remove the secret area thingies. I think I do with this one, right? Yeah. Good. Let's back this event up too. Back that event up. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I always feel so sad when I have to use a control variable just to keep an event ID, but the other events have no idea which one she's going to be spawned in as, so I can't think of an easier way to pull it off, other than pushing it to an array or something, I guess. But it would be an array of like 1, and it would still be using a global variable, so it wouldn't be particularly different. Okay, so this monstrosity... This return to area 2 thing is just... There's just a lot of unnecessary going on here. Honestly, I think this whole section here... Like, this whole unfinished area thing... I might keep the Tinker Laugh event. I might just dump that into something in the Bible here. My ever-expanding game dev Bible that is now 28 pages. It does not include random dialogues between characters unless it's particularly part of the main story. Like, it doesn't include the side dialogues. No images for the other stuff. Maybe I'll put it here. Maybe. I don't need any of this crap anymore. Because this is just attic 4. If it does not equal 19... Okay. This reminds me. I guess I can fix my game dev rewards. Do I care to fix the game dev rewards? It's like a minor change. It doesn't really matter. Because all it is my cheater thing. It's easy to remove too because I just simply edit out the last option and it just vanishes. Right here. I actually swapped the order so that was easier to do. Because they get added right back in every time I'm working on the next prototype. I think that's all I had to remove. I have all the puzzle events in that I'm not even using anymore, but I'm not about to take them out because I got to put them back in if I do that, and that seems like a lot of effort. She could reference Oz. Technically, well, it is technically in a different world, so Oz would not be a thing, but I basically resolved that Tinker will make meta jokes. Well, not really say meta. I mean, you know, the Wizard of Oz would be, if you were in the time period of this, which is going to be like the 1930s, 1940s. I pushed it basically to the time of the Cthulhu mythos. Most of the assets just basically lend themselves to that. The Wizard of Oz would have already been published by that point, so... I thought the Wizard of Oz was published in the 1800s, right? Am I wrong? I don't know. Wizard of Oz. No, actually it would be, what's it based on? I'm getting all educated, don't mind me. 1900 children's fantasy novel, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Okay, yeah, so it would have been published by then. I've been slowly phasing out things that could not exist in that time period. There's some egregious things because I was like, well, I just have these assets available, and Poppet Quest is mainly made out of all the junk assets that I got off of Daz anyway. Pretty much, Blinded Dreaming, you know, it's just... I did a lot of research. I am building a lore for a world and everything like that, and all the stories are going to happen in the same world around the same time period. I mean, don't get me wrong, the story of Poppet Quest itself would be over... Well, the initial events of, you know, Tinka ending up being killed off and like that, all these people would happen over time. Like, it's not like the toy maker went out and just started slaughtering people wantonly and putting all their souls in dolls. It's been going on for a while. So there's years that have gone on. I actually wrote all the events up to why it happened and everything like that, but they're not in here because the whole thing is for story purposes, I need to know. But the player doesn't really need to know. The player would know whatever the characters would know. Treat it like a D&D game. Like, the Dungeon Master needs to know these things, but the players don't. Over time, they might learn. If it goes long enough. Or maybe they'll never know. If your entire goal is just to escape the attic, you know, as a doll, then... Do you care why everyone is there in the first place? I mean, if it matters to save yourself, you would. But otherwise... I've definitely been thinking of my stories a lot more like that, you know, trying to be less verbose and more, you know, hidden knowledge, mystery type of thing. Pretty much. I mean, I've gone from seeing, like, you know, some of these games, like some of the ugliest, weirdest, crappiest things that didn't really showcase much, and, you know, as time's gone by, the events have become much more complex, and everything's been much cooler looking, and just it's much easier to tell a story if things look good. I don't have to say as many words. I don't need this. Let's see, for Snuggle Waffle here. Actually, this dialogue could just be right here. Well, no, I kind of want something. Some sort of jokes about Snuggle Waffle. I admit that the name of the quest for Snuggle Waffle might get changed purely because when you realize what it's a joke about, it might be somewhat offensive to people. Because the name of the quest is called Struggle Snuggle, which is, you know, he's a giant, you know, teddy bear, you know, trying to hug you to death. So it makes sense, but technically that's also got some pretty bad connotations. Just saying. Just saying. Place for dialogue for that. Pretty much, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a rape joke. I'm just gonna say it, it's not even really supposed to be a joke. It's another name for it. It's not a good joke. On the other hand, we're talking about cannibalistic dolls, people being murdered and stuffed into these things like that. We're talking about horrible things. This is a bad world. I mean, Tinka alludes at one point to, you know, like that she works at a carnival and that she was doing some side work. You know, like, hey, you know, like kind of like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, it's a bad world. Oh. I start the game off by showing the player got murdered. Like, well, I kind of am of the opinion that, you know, this is not for children's, not for children. And I'm definitely pulling more towards the Cthulhu type of mythos where people go mad and, like, bad things happen. And there's not, like, a perfect victory or perfect win. Because, you know, here's the working theory. I just showed you at the start of the game that Poppet got murdered. Her soul's in a doll. Where does she go from there? Let's say she escapes the attic. What is she? A doll. Okay. And? It's not like she's going to get her body back. You think her body's just sitting there perfectly preserved? Probably not. Because, you know, at some point it would have been decaying. And if she's been there for, you know, like, enough point where she's, like, forgotten who she even is. Even if she'd been there a week, can you imagine if you went back to your body, if it had been lifeless for a week, it'd already be decaying. It would be horrible. So it's already a terrible thought to start with. So it's like, this is not a pleasant world here. Like, I realize they're toys fighting each other, but when you start thinking about what's behind this, it's like, this is bad. Later people call their teddy bear Waffle Snuggle. I was looking up teddy bear names. That's actually where I came out with Snuggle Waffle. Someone had a list of cute teddy bear names, and I thought it was adorable because it sounds like a gruff hero, and yet he's, you know, like Snuggle Waffle. Yeah, humor is so much better when up against some sort of dark backdrop. I find, because it really just, it's so much more impactful. It shows that people are trying to deal with it. You know, in the bad times, they're finding ways to make it not so bad. Pretty much, Blender. I mean, like, I'd stay in the doll too. I might make some sort of, you know, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. It all happens in the same world, and if you can put a soul in a doll, you could probably put a soul in a body, but you'd never get her body back. It's already dark time, so Dark World Games is reality already. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think people watch the news too much is the problem. And the news, literally, they make money by showing you the worst case scenario or just flat lie. Most of the time, they just flat lie about things. Because they want clicks. And that nice thing of, some person rescuing a dog in a park doesn't get the clicks. People doing good things and like helping someone out on the street or whatever doesn't get clicks. So it's really easy to look at all that and think that the world is this horrible place. But then you walk outside and you talk to normal people and you discover life ain't all that bad. It's just the internet that makes it look like it's all that bad. It's just something to, think about. It's like life is not as horrible as people think. Well, I'm envious on that one, Shadow Dragon, because I keep track of the news for market movements, and it's always I just assume 90% of it's lies anyway. Saves time. All I care about is where the money. Follow the money, and you'll make the money. Still haven't seen enough demons and eldritch creatures. I was promised some HP Lovecraft and levels of insanity. I wrote computers. As far as Poppet Quest goes, and demons and eldritch creatures, it's a very small contained story. They're dolls in an attic. They're all cursed dolls, and they're all being put there by a toy maker. Why is the toy maker put in there? I don't know, but they established that there is actually 2 ghosts that are there. There's Tinka, who's trapped in all the paintings, and then there's a ghost of a young girl who's got like a bloody bag over her head, who doesn't talk. But she's an actual ghost just floating around. And that's pretty much all the characters you're going to deal with. They're all going to be one of those 3 things. Like one of those 3 people or a toy. Because there's no real demons or eldritch creatures in the end. It's just ghosts. Not saying there aren't demons and eldritch creatures in the world. Just saying the story is very contained. Now, should Poppet ever get out of the attic and maybe see the rest of the mansion, which would be, I don't know, later games, you could probably find out how the toy maker is doing what he's doing. And that might lead to some more dark, demons, eldritch creatures, and things like that. Elder gods, things like that. Outsiders. Because after all, moving souls into different objects isn't exactly a normal kind of power. Usually you need some sort of thing some sort of very powerful entity that can manipulate a soul. So, over time, if she escapes the attic, it could be a thing. But we'll see. I'm just going to tell the story in here because the goal is to escape the attic, right? Oh, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that is a lot of things. And I've been working slowly towards Poppet starting out as a much crazier character because she's cursed and she's following the curse. So it's like 2 different personalities. One that's the curse drawing her to do something, and one that's going, hey, wait a minute. Something is weird. Because she got moved and it messed with her curse. Because otherwise all the dolls just follow, the toys follow their same curse every day. And no one ever moves them, so nothing ever changes. But one day she gets moved by the toy maker for whatever reason. And then it kicks off this whole scenario of events. So, as she's, murdering off all these other dolls, she's I guess gaining a bit more knowledge of herself and who she was, and trying to find a way to break her curse. Granted, my writing is getting better as time is going along, and I think the current version of the writing is still not where I want it to be, but I keep changing things. So it's how much time do I invest in the current writing knowing that I'm probably going to change a bunch of stuff later? Too many times I've written stuff and it's just oh my god, I have to get rid of it again. There's a lot of demons, ghosts, and IRL. In real life, yeah. We just bother them. I mean, I've definitely heard people's stories of a lot of things. My younger brother, he goes and visits every horrible place that they talk about demonic possessions and ghosts possible, and he said he's definitely seen some weird stuff. I haven't really been to all those. I'm not really much of a traveler like he is. I tend to be more of a... I like computers, and I'm not a big people person when in real life. Actually, that's wrong. I like people. I just, I don't go a lot of places. When I do go places, I talk to everybody. Like, I'll chat with anybody, but otherwise, I need a reason, I think is my problem. If I don't have a reason, I won't do something. And going outside requires a reason, because the evil glowy ball is waiting for me, and it's scary. Yeah, pretty much. And Chattering, like, I mean, we saw with art how the catastrophe that game was, where I kept changing things as I got new ideas and new technology type of things, and I would make new programming. And oh my god, that poor game, that poor game. Uh, Good enough. Fortuna's not about making sense. She is literally crazy. Oh my gosh, we've gotten off to do a paranormal thing. Nice. I kind of want to play some ghost games on stream or something like that. Not really horror games, but just actual weird ghost games. They exist. Or even like, I guess those can be horrors. Like, they have the games where it's literally like, more mysterious. I think like the Vanishing of Ethan Carter type of mysterious, where you're following ghostly events. But it's not really scary. It's just weird. I don't really get scared of things, so there's never really scary. It's just weird. I like weird. Stranger it is, the more I like it. What am I gonna write for old Snuggle? Huh. What am I writing for this? I made some comment about him, you know, giving the best hugs. The kind that squish the life out of you. The more I write for Tinka, the more she's like, you know, her sense of humor is borderline sick, I think is the problem. Like, maybe delighting in pain a little too much for people. But on the other hand, she's been stuck there longer than most of them, so she's probably not all there just like the rest of them. That being said, you know, she gives the appearance of being all there. And just being largely a horrible person. Not always a horrible person. And she's definitely not a nice person. Yeah, it's kind of the thing. A lot of these people have no reason to be nice. Poppet's crazy and impatient, but she's impatient because the curse makes her impatient. Tinka's very long-winded because nobody ever talks to her. because everyone's like mindless in there, so she's never had anyone to really talk to, so she just won't shut up. And annoys Poppet for that very reason. But she also delights in doing some mean things, I think it does. It's just, yeah, like, you know, she'll tell some stories of things that really weren't that nice. Practical jokes that weren't so practical. Yeah, I don't have to fix it. That's the thing. Mostly I just needed to something talked about. Yeah, I just need to rework the Snuggle Waffle stuff, basically. Huh. Huh. I'll think about it. But I have a placeholder dialogue there, so I can just test the game out and put it in later. Because in theory, the entire game should play out without a problem. I say in theory because theory is usually wrong. Alexander to die for? I mean, she kind of says something along those lines. He's very affectionate, gives the best hugs, the kind that squishes the life right out of you. Actually, come to think of it, you should probably kill him before he does that. I'm also giving the impression that Poppet doesn't like killing things. And that, you know, it's Tinka suggesting that she kill all these things. Poppet wasn't going to kill anything. Oh, nice. I do want, you know, Tinka to be funny, just in an off way. Kind of describing things that are, you know, in a funny, lighthearted way, but then turning it into something dark. I mean, at one point she talks about stealing, you know, Jack's poison so she could, like, you know, coat a painting of a fish on it. You know, like she has like a painting of fish. She wants to coat the painting with it because, you know, the little tiger kitties running around might lick the painting and slowly die of poison. And the reason she wants to do this is that she wants a fur coat. But she can't get anything that isn't attached. Like, if something is touching the painting, she can suck it into the painting. But if it's away from the painting, she can't get it. So she's trying to lure them over there and kill them off so she can get a fur coat. And she's like, well, I guess I give you the reward. I don't remember I don't have the exact dialogue pulled up for it, but, you know, it's just like, she does terrible things. And it's like, wait a minute. You're not a good person at all. You're a horrible person. What the? You're like the worst. There was, obviously, what game was it? There was an MMO I was playing. It's made by Perfect World Entertainment, but it's not called Perfect World. It was Jade something, I believe. And I was doing a quest. I didn't usually read quests in that game. Yeah, pretty much. But there was just some random lady in a town. A village, actually. She seemed normal, and she wanted a bunch of teeth from these lizard people nearby. And I was like, you know, out of boredom, I read the quest. And she wanted to know why their teeth were so shiny, so she could make her own teeth that shiny. So she wanted me to kill a bunch of them to get their teeth for that. That was why she wanted. I was like, what the? This random lady in the village is like, you're horrible. What the? But like that kind of thing, you know, just literally she's doesn't super care who she hurts. A moral compass that's very, very much, you know, self-serving, I think. Then again, like I say, everyone in the attic's not really a good person. most of them have been driven crazy, so the ones that are not crazy aren't going to exactly be the most sane either. After all, she's had no one to talk to for a long time. Well, other than the ghost of that girl that's just floating around, but the thing is she's like saying, hey, the one time I tried, she busted the painting I was in, so I don't talk to her anymore. Doesn't want to find out what would happen if there were no paintings for her to live in it anymore. Can't say I blame her. Alright, this should work. Okay. Let's turn the music back on. See, senor. The whole thing. I don't know why this would be broken, but I don't care. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I don't care at all, because I just want it to... I want to see if the rest works. Besides, I get to have the mountains eat this. It's like... Sometimes you just have to have the mountains eat stuff. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm slowly putting more jokes into the game. The intro thing, he doesn't have a lot of jokes. It's more just trying to set up a thing. People can read that later when they play the game. I don't care. I've read it so many times at this point. There's a bit of graphical glitch where the text appears up in the corner. Oh, thanks. That's because my text plugin can put the text at any height in the tile map or in the parallax or whatever. So I was able to just move it behind a parallax. That's also available if you download the game. It's just free to use in there. That was actually much more set up for normal people to use. I was going to release it, but then I just didn't. And look, see? Controls. You can't miss them now. There's no way that streamer or anyone else can go, man, I don't know how to control this game. It's right there. You can't miss it. It'll frickin' show you. It'll totally show you. You can now see the controls in 3 locations. I'm not putting a 4th one. I rebel. No 4th location. Perfect. Literally shows them. Yes. I'm very excited by that. Okay, well, you know what didn't work here? All the things where she was supposed to talk didn't work. All of them. Cool. I didn't want them to work anyway. Nice. Pretty much, yeah. If they can't read that, they shouldn't be playing. I'm so excited. Apparently, someone likes Tinka so much, they're making a bumper sticker of her. That makes me happy. Just knowing a character of mine will be on someone's bumper sticker. Alright, so... we know the intro works. But what we don't have is... I must have shut something off here, and that's why. So, box drop happens. Yeah. Now, Tinka's slowly working her way to waifu status for people. Good, good. As I say, be certain to add as many female characters to your game as possible. Because if you ever need to... if it fails and you need to make an adult version of the game, you're good to go. Am I not turning box strap on? Did I skip it? Box strap is on. Yeah. I don't know if Tinka's awful. She's just, like everyone in the attic, they've become not the best they once were. Yeah, I can fix her. Yeah, there you go. I definitely went out of my way to make her, well, attractive. or cute, you know, for the style. Kind of hard to fix her though. She's kind of, well, dead. There's that. She says she's dead, so right off the bat, it's not like it's a spoiler. Well, she doesn't say it immediately, but she calls herself a ghost, so kind of implies being dead. Okay, let's just go straight to this map and see what's up with this. Map 3. I already have that set to do that? Nope. No, I do not. Maybe someday there'll be a, you know, a version of her that's not wearing all the outfit. But she definitely talks about, you know, when she died off and everything like that, and, you know, she was wearing that when she died. So she works at a carnival. So, you know, she's wearing her carnival outfit, which is why she looks like that. Like many ghosts, they often were wearing what they died in. So she's stuck looking like that. You know, she works at a carnival. So, you know, I imagine wandering around the carnival, she would kind of wear that a lot anyway. Could you imagine putting all that crap on every time you just out of the blue? You'd probably want to start your day off just putting it on to save yourself the trouble. Do they know why or how she's a ghost? Or why or how she's a harlequin that works over at a carnival, a traveling carnival? Because she talks later on, she tells the story of her death. What she knows of it. I mean, it's not like it's, there's not a lot, you know. It's not like she was like just sitting there waiting going, oh, I'm going to die right now, and just remembers everything, what she tells her. I haven't really put much in about, you know, her life beforehand. Other than the story of how she died. What she was doing beforehand kind of gives you a bit of a clue of maybe some of her activities, you know, that she did. For better or worse. Over time, I'll start revealing more, but again, I don't want to do that too quickly. I think I know what's missing. It's this event. You're not on, are you? No? Where is that event? Did I delete it? That would explain a lot. Yeah, I'm slowly putting more information in. I don't want to tell people everything right off the bat. Like, the first prototype was way too verbose, and she kind of covered a lot of information that you didn't care about by that point. And now it's just kind of like little bits there, and, you know, she makes a point of not being very verbose because how annoyed Poppet gets whenever she talks too much. Because Poppet's impatient. Which is kind of its own, slowly becoming its own funny dynamic of, you know, the character who can't shut up and the character who doesn't want to hear it. Yeah. Should just be able to copy this event, the storyteller event, right? Wait a minute. It should just be Poppet intro painting needs to be running the whole time. I'll just grab a narrator event. I had to have deleted it or something. It's so weird. And that event spawns in Tinka too, so I'm gonna delete it. so we'll do this. Actually, no. We'll just set an else on this. I think a lot of the time for these characters, I'm definitely been adjusting the story a lot more towards the characters only providing information they would know. I realized when I was first writing a lot of my stories, the characters would just sit there and talk about things that they would just like think it's like almost had too much knowledge. It's like, wait a minute, why would she know that? Someone password, she'll become uncertain and often just, you know, pop it off because she doesn't know, doesn't want to admit she doesn't know either. Where was this at? The intro painting, I think? I don't remember. Let me double check. The intro painting. I think it's just erase the event right here. No, don't erase the event there. Turn itself switch A on. Because when the player comes back, I don't want this to happen a second time. This is the right one, right? Intro skip. No. If this game goes long enough, I'm going to tell the most complex story that ever happened in a single mansion in your life. Like, obviously this part works. Oh, I have two different musics playing. Nobody wants to hear two different musics. I don't want to hear two different musics. Yep. Windows all she needs, blah, blah, blah. Perfect. There we go. There's the cream filling. Yeah. I need to fix that effect so that it's a better transition, but whatever. And I put you right where you can get the bad ending. Anytime you want your bad ending, you just go right back to this window. No problem. Okay, why are you standing here? How are you standing here? What in the world? Oh yeah, that's just a crappy pixie thing. It's supposed to be a placeholder for a better falling animation. But yeah, that's pixie. All pixie particles, I should say. You gotta remember, all the graphics you're seeing on the screen in this is all pixie anyway. Like every time you look at anything in RM, that's all pixie. So the entire graphics engine for RM is pixie. How did you get there? This is... I'm just puzzling. I made her vanish. Or at least she's supposed to have vanished. We go to the weird version of the event. That's not normal. I think of vanish. Self switch D. don't think lockdown is on, is it? I mean, she ran this code, because this code is... why she did the little ripple thing. I can take a look at it. I mean, people's plugins can be kind of complex sometimes, so sometimes it takes a long time to figure out what's wrong with their stuff. Oh. No, I can't have her be here, so... despawn. Well, she's standing in a weird location too. That's the other thing that's strange. Like, if she spawned down here, this is the height she normally spawns at. How did she get up here? She's also not turning. It's like she's locked down. I need more information on this one. I have no idea. A pixie thing in MV. Okay. It sucks when there's a problem with the intro, because then you got to sit there and watch this over and over. Ah, yes, crappy pixie fall. I might just leave it, honestly. It's not great, but the effort to make it a good animation is pretty high, so it's not that important to me. Like, it's going to take a lot of time to make the animation, and I got to recode the plugin to make it work better. Well, I don't really have to, I guess. I can make it work. But, the end result isn't going to be that great. Because it's only going to make a slight change to one scene, and that's it. I mean, it'll look good, it'll look better than it does, but it's definitely not very important to me. Clicky, clicky. Think of despawn. Okay, well, she's not here anymore. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, that she ended up over there. I got nothing. Whatever. Let me remove those there and just call it square then. An error I can't replicate only happens every once in a while. There's so many systems. Every once in a while, weird information can get in there. More recursive selection, the pixie glow effect. Now, Pixie's got a lot of code, so I'm not 100% certain on exactly what it is just from that description. There's a console log going nuts. Yeah, double check this here. I think a storytime map too, I think, is actually the thing there. Yeah, if you can provide me some kind of example of code to look at or something, I can usually figure stuff out. Otherwise, it's going to be real tough. Elixir.pixie.glow. What in the world? What is the Elixir part of that? I guess it's just assigned it to an object. So that makes sense. Pixie.glow, I mean... Can you look at the settings for it? Let's see. Pixie.glow. This glow. I mean, there's like Pixie Filter's documentation to cover a lot of those things. I mean, oh. Okay, well, I'll look at it off stream then, I assume, because if you don't want it shared, then you probably don't want it on the stream. I'll take a look at it. It might be later today. It'll probably be directly after the stream, because I'll probably end up falling asleep after the stream, but... Where's this console log coming from? Inca? Maybe? Something's logging like crazy. What's it logging? Distance, and then that. So it seems like the storyteller thing will be checking there. I suppose that's fair. I almost never integrate anything into RM itself, so I usually go around RM because RM is so terrible at handling everything. I take a look at it. Oh, I should have kept track of where this was big time. Ugh. Awful. Well, I'll give it a shot. You never know. I mean, could happen. A long time selected MV, but maybe. This is running the whole time, but she's such a complicated event. I remember not to leave console logs in all the time. Right here. I assume. Not gonna ruin the game.
You ready?
Alright, let's see if I can get through this game here. I can always add that little bit of dialogue later.
I sense danger.
It'll be faster.
Don't even try. Take cover.
Oh, that's right. Adjust the controls.
Don't even try. Don't even try. Take cover. Don't even try.
Job one really should just be finding Boozeberry, because without him, it's so hard without the heal spell.
Don't even
Oops.
try.
There he is.
I wonder
Come
where
with
I
me
can
if you
go.
want to live.
Take cover.
Sometimes the clown heads are real hard to hit. They're just so bizarrely good at dodging.
Take cover.
My timing is awful. I need to be more patient. Ugh.
You're welcome. Take cover. Lovely. I need more mana. Don't even try. Take cover. Don't even try. Take cover. Don't even try. Don't even try. Take cover. Don't even try.
Sometimes they just wait there like jerks. The clown heads have a mind of their own. Do not question the clown heads. Or do. Whatever. It's fine. We all question the clown heads a little bit.
Don't even try. Take cover. Take cover. Don't even try.
Fucking something.
Don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try. Take cover. Take cover.
Definitely over here somewhere. They're not usually that hard to find, but this one sure is. There it is.
Take cover. Take cover.
Oops.
Lovely. Don't even try.
I played for so long with the controls reversed that now I've changed them to the way the normal people would have them, and
Don't even
it
try.
feels weird to me.
Don't even try.
This little red barrier looks better, I think.
Lovely. Don't even try.
Other than the spike damage that these things have, it's not usually that hard to beat a lot of them. If you get caught by their spike damage, it's pretty nasty, but other than that...
Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
Mickey's teleport's a little unfair, it feels like, but it's okay.
Take cover. Take cover. Lovely. Take cover. Take cover. Don't even try.
Pause it for a second. I'm definitely going to call it after this because my throat's been getting worse and I'm kind of starting to have a runny nose, so I think I'm just getting sicker.
Try.
Not
Take
good.
cover.
Why must real life get in the way of the important things like game dev?
Lovely. Any more mana? Don't even try. Don't even try.
Got him.
Don't even try. I need more energy. Congratulations!
The timing on that's a little weird. So after beating Pinky and exiting, Pinka talks before the screen fades in. Doesn't break the game, but it's not perfect. Where you going, buddy? Hello. Tinka walks left forever? Is 314 on for some reason? I think it's 314. It is. I probably mess with it at some point. Actually, I don't think Tinka talked to me at the start, did she? Huh. That's unfortunate. I'm about to make the boss have no health so I can actually do these tests faster. Alright. I was at the microphone temporarily muted there, huh? Oops. So 314 is the one that tells her to do this initial thing there, and it's not running there. I think story map 1 actually tells it to do that though, right? What? The map 2 is running. Wait, is that off? Huh. But this doesn't do anything on there. I think I was going to switch it or something. I never did, right? I think I copy pasted that from here and then I end up not using it, which could be causing some problems. Because I just put this here. So intro painting dialogues. Alright, I'll take a look at it. See what I can come up with. I've noticed I've been feeling a bit sicker and sicker, so I have to go and buy some tomorrow. I might just be laying in bed sick, so I might not be looking at it tomorrow. It might be the day after or something, depending upon. Actually, where else is this looked at? That's 314. Where else is this even mentioned? Ugh. I guess I can run through that again to test it. Alright, definitely might feel better. This is definitely feel like the sickness is starting to hit me a lot harder. So I'm like going, ugh. I want to play through this game here and test it, but we'll see how much longer I go. At this point, even the tea is not as good at fixing my problem. Well, the good news is I'm so much closer to actually having this set up that other than making certain that it transitions between each area like this, And adding in that little bit of dialogue, it's just ready to go.
Are you ready?
You like that part? Are you talking about the intro part there where it's like here or from? Well, you didn't play the previous game, did you? Yeah. Yeah. I mostly had more of that, like, and it had more story, but I shortened it due to the fact that people were. Oh, the one guy complained. Honestly, it's only one person. She waits here to talk. Okay. But throat is sore.
Are you ready?
I'm gonna go into this and then just come back out and see if it causes it to
I sense danger.
Oh yeah. I figured that, you know, the thing is that Tinka explains everything via paintings, so, you know, it made sense that it would be a painting.
Better luck next time.
Sorry, I just sneezed, so I'm cleaning up the mess. 1 second. Alright, so I guess I have to test it by killing Binky, huh? Alright. Well, we're gonna kill Binky in the way you should kill Binky, by just adjusting his health so he dies in like 1 or 2 hits. And not needing hardly any cards. Like a pro. There's something creepy on that painting? What's that? Alright. I think he has 1 health. Yes. 1 health. And we'll add like, it will start you with 9 cards, so this way you only have to collect 1 more. Make everything expandable so I can easily adjust whatever I need. Very easily change things. But sometimes it makes systems so complicated that it's hard to remember what it was, but moving eyes watching, it's a thought. The way you'd have to do it, what I would have to have is basically a graphic of the eye, right? And it's moving behind these. So I cut holes in this, and then the graphic of the eye moves behind. But then to hide the fact that there is basically a giant space thing happening behind the entire level, I'll have to put some sort of picture behind them. Like a giant orange thing behind here. So it's like one layer back, and then the eye thingies move back and forth, and those would be what I would do. I'd probably only do it on the big clown because the little ones would be kind of hard to see the effect. It's a thought. I'll add it to the list of potential ideas for a later prototype. Clown eyes moving and painting. Because that would be cool.
Danger. Don't even try.
I need one card. Give it to me. Just one. Let's do this, Binky. I must beat you with nothing. Oh wait, it's really easy because I just, you know, only have to hit you once. Haha. Yeah, I'll think about it. Like, I like the effect of it. Just, it's on the list. I can always use more things to improve. I have no idea when it gets added in. Like, over a long enough time frame, it probably gets added in, but not in Prototype 2. Okay, she moves there. Okay. So that time it worked fine. So why? I did some changes, I guess. Not a very valid test at this point, though. Wait, is this in reverse order? Oh, I can recap that. I don't want that. This didn't turn that on. Yeah, I'm missing story time 1, so it's a break in the chain. Right. So much testing. But the good news is I can always just jump to each specific area, so it's not like a big deal. I have all, you know, Tinka has game dev options to just cheat everything I need, so.
Are you ready? danger. Don't even try.
Done and done.
Congratulations! Hi! Bye! Hi! Bye!
What am I missing here? It's right here, this one here. Game variables at value 249. Oh. Oh, I see. My impatience earlier had me change this number. Because it didn't really matter before. Oh, well. Thanks for swinging by, Shadow Dragon. I'm probably heading off not terribly long from now myself, in all honesty. And, you know, thanks for wishing me feeling better. If I feel better, I'll be back tomorrow. If not, it'll probably be a day or two before I'm back again. Test this thing here. The fact that my nose is starting to run is making this kind of annoying. I have to keep, like, you know, muting the thing and then blow my nose. The sore throat was kind of annoying, but at least I didn't really have to stop. I just drink more tea and keep going. Alright. Let's see if this works. It should increment by 1 there and then open the next area.
I sense danger. Don't even try. Congratulations!
Yeah. Catch you later, Shadow Dragon. I forgot to fix that, whatever. I just want to see if this works.
Hi!
I need to tweak that though, so also
Hi! Bye!
it did the care for little story time twice there. That's weird. This holding should just have a weight on it so it doesn't loop so fast. Maybe just like a 5 or something. It's gotta be a major. Oh. Do at the start. Oh, I need to pause Tinka before she really starts moving. Give her a little time to do things. That'll probably fix the problem like that. Without me doing any extra stuff. Probably. Also, I rapidly clicked and it created an event. Neat. Yeah, this is probably going to be my last test for the night. My throat is getting pretty bad. Much as I just want to keep working on this stuff, I recognize a simple truth. My obsessive personality would force me to do it. But my health is like, nah man, I'll win eventually. And it's right, it'll win eventually. I can pretend like I'll beat it, but yeah.
I sense danger. Congratulations!
God, that does it so fast.
Hi!
I don't know why the fade-in takes so long.
Bye! Hi!
He still does it. That's weird. It's still broken. I'll make a note of that. Alright, well, I don't want to sit there and go through all that right now. Enough from getting worse and worse, so. I do believe that will be good enough for me today. Yes, indeed. I will try to be back tomorrow night at the same time. Unless I am so sick that I cannot do it. Which could be possible. I'm going to try to rest up as much as possible and see if I can just get over this quickly. But no promises on that. Alright. I will catch everyone later. Imagine everyone signing out. I'm going to go pass out now.